Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never shared this with anyone except my brother, but after what happened last month, I need to put this out there and see if anyone else has experienced something similar. I'm a software developer based in Boston. I've been coding since I was 14 and work for a mid-sized tech company developing mobile applications. I've always considered myself a logical person, not the type to believe in the supernatural or anything I can't explain with science. About 8 months ago, I was up late one night while my wife Lisa was asleep. She was about 7 months pregnant with our first child at the time. I was browsing YouTube and stumbled across these paranormal investigation videos. You know the ones, people wandering around abandoned buildings with those ridiculous spirit boxes and ghost hunting apps that supposedly let you communicate with the dead. I found myself getting annoyed at how obviously fake these apps seemed. Most of them just cycle through words randomly or use ambient noise as a trigger. Being a developer, I thought, I could build something better than this garbage, even if it's all nonsense. So that's exactly what I did. Over the next couple of weeks, I created my own ghost communication app during my free time. I programmed it to pull random words from a database of about 10,000 common English words. The app would only display a word when it detected either a tap on the screen or physical movement of the phone through the accelerometer. I figured this would eliminate some of the obvious randomness of commercial apps. I didn't tell Lisa about it. She was already stressed about the pregnancy, and I didn't want her thinking I was getting into weird stuff. Plus, I didn't actually believe it would do anything supernatural. It was just a fun programming challenge. On a Tuesday night 3 months ago, I decided to test it properly for the first time. Lisa was at her sister's place for dinner, so I had the apartment to myself. I dimmed the lights in our living room, placed my phone on the coffee table, and launched the app. The interface was simple, just a black screen with white text that would appear when triggered. "Is there anyone here?" I asked out loud, feeling a bit stupid talking to an empty room. I tapped the screen once, and the word "hello" appeared. I chuckled to myself. That was just a coincidence. Hello was a common word in my database. "Can you tell me who you are?" I asked next, tapping the screen. The word that appeared made my stomach drop. Josh. My name. My actual name. I stared at the screen for several seconds, trying to rationalize it. It had to be coincidence. Josh is a common name, and it was in my word database. The statistical probability was low, but not impossible. "How do you know my name?" I asked, my voice a little shakier than before. I tapped the screen, and the word "watching" appeared. A chill ran through me. I got up and turned the lights back on, suddenly uncomfortable with the darkness. I was being ridiculous, I told myself. This was my own app. I knew exactly how it worked. There was nothing supernatural happening, just random word selection creating coincidental patterns that my brain was interpreting as meaningful. I sat back down and continued. "What are you watching for?" I asked, tapping the screen. "Wife." My heart started racing. "Lisa." Again, it could be coincidence, but 2 personally relevant responses in a row was starting to feel unsettling. "What about my wife?" I asked, my mouth going dry. I tapped the screen, and after a brief delay, the word "danger" appeared. I immediately closed the app and put my phone down. Lisa was 8 months pregnant at this point. She'd had a completely healthy pregnancy, but I'd always harbored this irrational fear of something going wrong during childbirth. My own mother had nearly died giving birth to me due to complications, and despite all the advances in modern medicine, I couldn't shake that fear. When Lisa came home that night, I didn't tell her about the app or what had happened. I convinced myself it was just random chance combined with my own anxieties. I deleted the app from my phone and tried to forget about it. For the next few weeks, I was extra attentive to Lisa. I made sure she was taking her prenatal vitamins, getting enough rest, and keeping all her doctor appointments. She thought I was just being an anxious first-time dad, and I let her believe that. I didn't reinstall the app or think much about it as we prepared for our baby's arrival. Then, about 4 weeks ago, on a Saturday morning, Lisa went into labor 3 days before her due date. We rushed to the hospital, everything seeming normal at first. The labor progressed steadily through the day, and by evening she was fully dilated and ready to push. That's when things went wrong. After 45 minutes of pushing, the baby's heart rate started dropping. The doctor said something about the umbilical cord being compressed. Then Lisa's blood pressure plummeted. I was pushed out of the delivery room as a team of medical staff rushed in. I heard someone say the words postpartum hemorrhage and emergency C-section. I sat in the hallway, my entire body shaking. All I could think about was that single word on my phone screen. Danger. I called Lisa's parents and mine, telling them to come to the hospital immediately. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only about an hour, the doctor came out to tell me that both Lisa and our daughter were stable. Lisa had lost a significant amount of blood, nearly enough to require a transfusion, but they'd managed to stop the bleeding in time. Our daughter Emma was healthy, though she needed some time in the NICU due to the distress during delivery. Over the next few days, as Lisa recovered and Emma grew stronger, I couldn't stop thinking about the app. Had it somehow warned me? Was it just coincidence? I tried to stay rational, telling myself that complications during childbirth are common, and my app had just randomly generated words that happened to align with my greatest fear. But last week, curiosity got the better of me. With Lisa and Emma both home and doing well, I decided to revisit the app. I wanted to improve its functionality and maybe understand what had happened that night. I spent a couple of evenings tweaking the code, adding better movement detection sensitivity and integrating text-to-speech functionality so it could actually speak the words out loud. I thought this might make it easier to use and less prone to misinterpretation. Last Friday night, after Lisa and Emma had gone to bed, I uploaded the modified code to my phone and sat in our home office to test it. The room was quiet, except for the soft hum of my computer and the occasional distant sound of traffic outside. I placed the phone on my desk and opened the app. The familiar black screen appeared, waiting for input. "Is there anyone here?" I asked, keeping my voice low so as not to wake my family. I tapped the screen, and the word "yes" appeared, as the phone's synthesized voice spoke it aloud. "Are you the same entity that I spoke with before?" I asked, feeling silly using the word entity. Another tap, and the word "remember" appeared and was spoken. I took a deep breath. "What do you remember?" This time, instead of waiting for me to tap the screen, the app began cycling through words rapidly on its own. The accelerometer must have been picking up some vibration I couldn't detect. Words flashed by too quickly to read. The voice not activating since it couldn't keep up with the speed. Then suddenly it stopped on 3 words in succession, speaking each one clearly. Demon. Acknowledge. Me. I felt the blood drain from my face. The room seemed to drop several degrees in temperature, though that was probably just my imagination. I remembered reading somewhere, probably during my brief research phase while building the app, that acknowledging or addressing a demon directly could be dangerous, like an invitation. I didn't speak. I didn't respond. I simply reached forward with a trembling hand and closed the app. Then I powered off my phone completely. I sat there in the silence of my office for at least 20 minutes, trying to process what had just happened. Had I somehow created a doorway for something malevolent to communicate through? Was it just random chance again, combined with my imagination and possibly some bugs in my programming? The logical part of my brain says it's the latter. The app selects words randomly from a database. Demon is certainly a word that would be in there. Acknowledge is common enough. And me is one of the most frequently used pronouns in English. The statistical probability of those three words appearing in sequence is low, but not impossible. But why did the app cycle through words on its own? Why did it stop precisely on those three? And why did it happen right after I'd asked if it was the same entity from before, the one that had warned me about Lisa? I haven't reopened the app since that night. I completely uninstalled it from my phone and deleted the source code from my computer. I told myself I was being superstitious, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd brushed against something I shouldn't have. Lisa noticed I've been on edge lately. I told her it's just new parent anxiety, and she seems to accept that. But sometimes when I'm alone with Emma, I find myself watching her closely, looking for any sign that something might be wrong or different. Most nights I lie awake, listening to the sounds of our apartment, wondering if I imagined the whole thing or if I actually created something that allowed communication with whatever it was. I keep telling myself it was just random coincidence and programming bugs. That has to be the explanation. But part of me wonders if it really did warn me about Lisa, possibly saving her and Emma by making me extra vigilant. And if it did, what does it want in return? I don't know what to believe anymore. Has anyone else experienced something like this? I need to know I'm not losing my mind. Story 2. I never thought I'd be posting something like this, but I need to share what happened to me because it still gives me goosebumps when I think about it. I've worked in theaters since high school, so I'm no stranger to weird stuff happening. You know, lights flickering when they shouldn't, doors closing on their own, the feeling of someone watching you during late-night rehearsals when you're alone, that kind of thing. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened after my family moved into that house in Lakewood Heights last year. I'm a sophomore at Westlake College now, but when this all started, I had just finished freshman year and moved back home for the summer. My parents had bought this house while I was away at school, a charming two-story with faded blue siding and white trim that needed some work, but had good bones, as my mom kept saying. It was built in the 70s and had only had a few owners over the years. The day we moved in, I remember thinking it felt weirdly familiar, even though I'd only seen it once before when my parents were closing on it. Not in a bad way, just like I'd been there before. The previous owners had left some stuff behind in the attic, just storage bins with old holiday decorations and some random stuff they didn't want to take with them. My mom said they'd been in a hurry to move out of state for some job opportunity. There were also some decorations still up around the house, a few wall hangings, some potted plants that my mom adopted, and this small collection of angel figurines on a shelf in the hallway that my mom thought were cute, so she kept them. The first night in the new house, I had this incredibly vivid dream. In it, I was dying. Not violently or anything, but wasting away in a hospital bed. The doctors kept saying something about my bone marrow failing and how they couldn't find a match for a transplant. I could feel myself getting weaker, could see my family around me looking helpless. The dream was so real that I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart racing. I chalked it up to stress from the move and tried to forget about it. But the next night I had another dream. This time it wasn't me dying, it was my little brother. Same scenario. Bone marrow failure, no donor match, the horrible waiting. I watched him get thinner and paler until finally he was gone. I woke up crying real tears. The third night it was my mom, the fourth my dad, then my best friend from college. Every single night for weeks, I dreamed about someone I loved dying from the same thing, bone marrow failure, and every dream was so detailed, so real. I could smell the hospital antiseptic, feel the scratchy sheets, hear the beeping monitors slowing down as whoever it was slipped away. I started getting bags under my eyes from lack of sleep. I was scared to go to bed. My mom noticed and asked what was wrong, but how could I tell her I was watching her die in my dreams every night? She'd think I was losing it. So I just said I was having trouble adjusting to the new house, and she gave me some melatonin to help me sleep. It didn't help. The dreams kept coming. And then something even weirder started happening. I became completely obsessed with bone marrow donation. During the day, when I was fully awake, I found myself researching it online for hours. I read about how the process worked, the success rates, the registry system. I watched YouTube videos of people donating. I joined Facebook groups for people looking for donors. It was like I couldn't stop myself. My browser history was nothing but bone marrow transplant websites. I started bringing it up in casual conversation with my family. Did you know that only 30% of people who need bone marrow transplants find matches within their families? I'd say at dinner, and my parents would exchange looks like, "What is going on with her?" I couldn't explain it myself. It was like this compulsion, this need to learn everything I could about it, and the dreams kept coming every night. Someone dying, always because they couldn't find a matching donor. August rolled around, and it was time for me to head back to Westlake for sophomore year. I was actually relieved. I thought maybe getting away from the house would stop the dreams, and it did. Kind of. The dreams became less frequent, but the obsession remained. I still spent hours researching bone marrow donation when I should have been studying for classes. Then, about 3 weeks into the semester, I saw a flyer in the student union. Be the match registry drive. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., 3 p.m. It was a bone marrow registry event right there on campus. I felt a chill run down my spine when I saw it, like someone had just walked over my grave. It felt like, I don't know, like I'd been waiting for this. Like everything had been leading to this moment. I showed up at the registry drive the next day, right when it opened. The woman running it seemed surprised that someone was there so early and so eager. She started explaining how the process worked, but I cut her off. "I know all about it," I told her. "I just want to sign up." She looked at me strangely, but handed me the forms. I filled them out, and they took a cheek swab. That was it. I was in the registry, and the exact moment that woman told me, "You're all set, you're in the system now," I felt this release. Like a weight I hadn't even realized I was carrying had suddenly been lifted off my chest. I could breathe again. The obsession vanished, just like that. I walked out of that registry drive feeling normal for the first time in months. No more compulsive research, no more bringing up bone marrow statistics in random conversations. The dreams stopped completely too. That night, I slept better than I had since we'd moved into the house. It was so sudden and so complete that it actually freaked me out more than the obsession had. How could something that had consumed me for months just disappear in an instant? I called my mom that evening to tell her what I'd done. I was nervous about it. I hadn't told my parents about my bone marrow fixation, and I worried they'd think it was weird that I'd signed up for the registry out of nowhere. But I needed to tell someone about this strange experience. "Hey, Mom," I said when she picked up. "So, I did something kind of random today. I signed up for the bone marrow donor registry." There was a long pause on the other end of the line, so long that I thought we'd lost the connection. "Mom, are you there?" "I'm here," she said, and her voice sounded strange, shaky. "Amelia, something really weird happened today. I was cleaning out that hall closet, you know, the one with all the old coats, and I found a box pushed way in the back." My heart started beating faster. What was in it? Photo albums mostly, and some papers. They belonged to the woman who owned the house before us. The real estate agent had mentioned she passed away, but he never said how. I already knew what she was going to say. Somehow I just knew. She died waiting for a bone marrow transplant, didn't she? Another long pause. How could you possibly know that? My skin broke out in goosebumps. Just a guess. The dreams I've been having. There's more, my mom interrupted. I got curious and looked her up online. Her name was Eleanor Winters. She died 3 years ago. And get this, there was a 5K race in her memory just this morning, here in Lakewood Heights, to raise awareness for bone marrow donation. The same day I registered, the exact same day. The fundraiser page says she waited 4 years for a match. My mom continued, her voice still unsteady. She never found one. I sat down on my bed, my legs suddenly too weak to hold me up. Mom, I've been having these dreams since we moved in. Every night, people dying because they couldn't get bone marrow transplants, and I've been obsessed with learning about donation. I couldn't stop thinking about it, but as soon as I signed up for the registry today, it all stopped. Everything. The dreams, the obsession, all of it. Oh my God, she whispered. We talked for another hour, trying to make sense of it all. Was it just a massive coincidence, or had Eleanor somehow reached out to me? Had she been influencing my dreams, my thoughts, pushing me toward doing the one thing she had needed so desperately but never received? I'm not religious. I'm not even sure I believe in ghosts. But I know what I experienced. Something, or someone, was communicating with me in the most subtle, persistent way, not with moans or rattling chains or objects moving around, but with ideas, with dreams, with an unshakable compulsion to do this one specific thing. And now, 6 months later, I'm still on the registry. The dreams haven't come back. The house feels completely normal to me now when I visit on breaks. But I keep thinking about Eleanor Winters, a woman I never met, but whose presence touched my life in the most unexpected way. I wonder if she can rest now, knowing that even if it's too late for her, she might have helped save someone else through me. I still check my phone eagerly whenever an unknown number calls, hoping it might be the registry telling me I'm a match for someone. I haven't gotten that call yet, but I'm ready if it comes. After all, I made a promise to someone I never met, and I intend to keep it. I've had plenty of creepy experiences working in old theaters, seen shadows move when they shouldn't, heard footsteps when no one was there, but nothing has ever affected me as deeply as this quiet, desperate plea from beyond. Sometimes the most powerful hauntings aren't the ones that make you scream, but the ones that change who you are. Story 3. I still get goosebumps thinking about that night back in 2010. I was 17 then, living with my parents and sister in this old house in southwest England. Not just any house. One of those places with history seeping through the walls. When we first bought it, my parents were so excited about the character and charm. If only they'd known what that actually meant. We'd moved in about 6 months earlier. The estate agent told us the previous owners were a couple going through a divorce, which explained the good deal we got. It wasn't until after we'd settled in that our neighbor, Mrs. Holloway, mentioned how happy she was to see lights in the windows again after all these years. Years. When my mum pressed her about it, we discovered the house had been sitting empty for nearly 7 years before we moved in. I remember feeling sick when I heard that. Why would the estate agent lie about something like that? There were other red flags we should have noticed. When the moving company came, one of the guys took my dad aside after seeing our address. "Good luck with this place, mate," he'd said, refusing to elaborate. And then there was our dog, Baxter. He's the most easygoing lab you'll ever meet, but when we first brought him to the house, he planted his feet at the threshold and wouldn't budge. Dad literally had to carry him inside. For the first month, he'd whine at night and sleep pressed up against my bedroom door. Small things started happening almost immediately, doors that would suddenly jam, even though they'd worked fine minutes earlier. Random knocks on walls with no source. The dining room light that would flicker even after we changed the bulb and had an electrician check the wiring. Most of it was easy to brush off. Old houses make noise, right? That's what Dad always said. He's the practical type, always looking for the logical explanation. But then came that night in March. My sister Emma was at her friend's house for a sleepover, so it was just me and Dad at home. Mom was visiting her sister in Scotland for the week. I remember it was raining, not just regular rain, but that heavy, continuous downpour that makes everything feel muffled and isolated. I'd gone to bed around 11, exhausted from studying for exams. Our house had 3 floors. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, mine on the second, and Emma's on the top floor along with a small storage room. I fell asleep quickly that night, which wasn't always easy in that house. I woke up suddenly around 2:15 in the morning. At first I wasn't sure what had disturbed me, but then I heard it, music playing from somewhere upstairs. It was faint at first, like someone had turned on a radio but kept the volume low. I lay there for a minute, trying to make sense of it. Emma wasn't home, so who could be playing music in her room? The volume started increasing gradually, like someone was slowly turning a dial. It wasn't blasting, but definitely loud enough to wake someone up. I recognized the song, some old 80s tune my dad liked. I figured maybe he'd gone upstairs for something and turned on Emma's radio, though it seemed like a weird thing to do in the middle of the night. Before I could get up to check, I heard my dad's bedroom door slam open downstairs. He shouted up the stairs, "Olivia, turn that bloody thing down. It's the middle of the night." He thought it was me. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding. I could hear him stomping up the stairs to the second floor, muttering under his breath. He passed my door and continued up to the 3rd floor, still shouting, "Olivia, I'm serious. You've got school tomorrow, and this is completely—" Then nothing. His voice cut off mid-sentence. The music stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was so complete it felt heavy, pressing against my ears. I sat up in bed, straining to hear what was happening. After what seemed like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds, I heard my dad's footsteps coming back down. Slow, measured steps, not the angry stomping from before. He didn't stop at my door or say anything. He just went back to his room and closed the door. I sat there in the dark, completely confused. Should I check on him, ask what happened? But something kept me rooted to my bed, some instinct that told me not to draw attention to myself. I eventually lay back down, pulling the covers up to my chin, despite it not being particularly cold. Just as I was starting to relax, maybe 20 minutes later, it happened again. The radio switched on, but this time it was clearly coming from Emma's room. The same station, the same type of music, but louder from the start. My blood turned to ice. I absolutely knew, there was no one up there. I heard my dad get up again, this time without shouting. His footsteps were slow and deliberate as he climbed the stairs. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move, unable to call out to him. I just lay there, listening to his footsteps getting farther away as he climbed to the top floor. I heard him reach Emma's door. There was a pause, then the sound of the door opening. Crash! The noise was so sudden and loud that I actually jumped out of bed without thinking. It sounded like something heavy had been thrown against the wall. The radio was still playing, but now it seemed to be coming from a different spot. Somehow, I found the courage to move. I grabbed my phone for its flashlight and rushed out of my room, taking the stairs 2 at a time. When I reached Emma's room, my dad was standing in the doorway, completely still, just staring inside. "Dad?" My voice came out as barely a whisper. When he didn't respond, I moved next to him and looked into the room. Emma's radio, an old-fashioned one she'd picked up at a charity shop, was lying in the middle of the floor, still playing music. It was a good 4 or 5 feet away from her desk, where it was always kept. Did you knock it over?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Dad shook his head slowly. I opened the door and it flew off the desk, like someone threw it. I felt sick. The radio wasn't just on the floor. It was too far from the desk to have simply fallen, and it was still playing, the cheerful 80s tune creating a bizarre contrast to the heavy fear in the room. Dad finally moved. He walked over, unplugged the radio, then carefully placed it back on Emma's desk. His hands were shaking. I'd never seen my dad's hands shake before. Go back to bed, Olivia, he said, his voice oddly flat. But Dad, what just... Go back to bed. He wouldn't look at me. We'll sort it out in the morning. I didn't argue. I went back to my room and closed the door, then pushed my desk chair under the handle. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just sat on my bed, staring at the door, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. The next morning, Dad was already in the kitchen when I came down. He looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. I sat across from him at the table, waiting for him to say something about what had happened. "Did you sleep okay?" he asked, as if it had been just another normal night. "Dad, are we going to talk about what happened with the radio?" I said. He took a long sip of his coffee before answering. "Old houses make strange noises, Olivia. The radio probably just vibrated off the desk because of a heavy truck passing by or something. It was in the middle of the night, and it was 4 feet from the desk. And it turned itself on, twice." He rubbed his eyes. "I don't know how to explain it, okay? Sometimes things just happen." That was it. We never discussed it again. When Emma came home later that day, neither of us mentioned it to her. It was like we had some unspoken agreement to pretend it never happened, but it did happen, and it wasn't the last weird thing in that house, though it was definitely the most obvious. After that night, I started noticing more. The sound of footsteps when no one was there, doors closing on their own, the occasional whisper that seemed to come from empty rooms. About 6 months later, my dad got a job offer in another city. We moved within weeks. He claimed it was for the career opportunity, but I saw the relief on his face when we left that house for the last time. I've tried researching the history of the place since then. There's not much online, but I did find out that back in the 1970s, an elderly man had died there alone and wasn't found for weeks. Before that, the records get murky. The house was built in the 1800s, but the land it's on goes back much further. There are medieval ruins nearby, and the whole area has a long, complicated history. It's been over 13 years now, and I still can't explain what happened that night. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was a power surge that turned on the radio. Maybe the house had settled in some strange way that made it fall, but nothing explains how it moved so far from the desk, or why it happened only when my sister wasn't home. Dad never acknowledges it if I bring it up now. He just changes the subject or makes some joke about my overactive imagination, but I know what I saw, and I know the look on his face when he stood in that doorway, pure, unfiltered fear. Sometimes I still have nightmares about it. Not just about the radio, but about what it implied. That we weren't alone in that house, that something was aware of us, watching us, and for whatever reason, it chose that night to make sure we knew it was there. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, or whatever you want to call them, but I know what happened in that house wasn't normal. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I still wonder if the new owners have experienced anything similar, or if whatever was there was only interested in us. Story 4. I never believed in ghosts until my 3rd year at Crescent Moon University. I still question what happens sometimes, wondering if stress or lack of sleep might explain it all. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. It started when I moved into dormitory room 903 in Block C last September. The housing administration had assigned me to live with 2 other girls, Aisha and May. We didn't know each other before, but we got along well enough from the start. The room itself was pretty standard. 3 single beds, 3 desks, a tiny kitchenette area, and a bathroom barely big enough to turn around in. Nothing special or unusual. Well, almost nothing. There was this small handprint on our door, about the height where a 6 or 7-year-old child might reach. It looked like it had been made when the door was being painted, as if someone had touched it before the paint dried completely. We joked about it during move-in. Aisha thought maybe the painter had brought their kid to work. May suggested it might be the university's special welcome touch. We laughed it off and forgot about it. The first few weeks were normal. Classes started. We settled into our routines, and life went on. I was taking a heavy course load that semester, 18 credit hours, including 2 advanced biochemistry courses that were absolutely kicking my ass. Between studying and my part-time job at the campus coffee shop, I was exhausted most days. About a month in, we started noticing little things. My textbook would be on my bed when I could have sworn I'd left it on my desk. May's hairbrush somehow ended up in the kitchen area. Aisha's favorite mug was in the bathroom one morning. We blamed each other at first, then decided we were probably just forgetful due to stress and lack of sleep. Then, one evening in late October, I was alone in the room. Aisha had gone to a study group, and May was at her boyfriend's place. I decided to take a quick shower before diving into a massive pile of readings for my genetics class. The bathroom in our dorm was tiny, just a shower stall, toilet, and small sink crammed into maybe 25 square feet. The door opened inward, which made the space feel even more claustrophobic. I got the water running, stepped in, and started washing my hair. I always close the bathroom door when I shower, but I never lock it when I'm alone in the dorm. Why would I? I was midway through shampooing when I heard it. The bathroom door slammed shut with incredible force. The sound was so violent that I jumped and got shampoo in my eyes. "Hello?" I called out, thinking one of my roommates had returned. No answer. Then I heard the distinct sound of the latch turning. Someone, or something, had locked the door from the outside. "Aisha, May, is that you guys? This isn't funny." Silence. I quickly rinsed my eyes and hair, shut off the water, and wrapped myself in a towel. When I tried the door, it was definitely locked. I called out again, louder this time, but there was still no response. I pressed my ear against the door and listened carefully. The dorm room beyond was completely silent. There was nobody there. That's when the first real wave of panic hit me. I'm slightly claustrophobic, and being trapped in that tiny bathroom with steam building up was triggering my anxiety. I started banging on the door, calling for help. After what felt like forever but was probably only 5 minutes, I heard someone knocking on the wall. Jennifer from next door had heard me and wanted to know if I was okay. I explained through the wall that I was locked in. She said she'd call the RA. About 10 minutes later, the dormitory supervisor came with a master key and unlocked the door from the outside. When I stepped out, dripping and wrapped in my towel, the room was exactly as I'd left it, empty. The supervisor looked at me skeptically when I insisted no one had been in the room. She suggested the lock might be faulty or that a draft had slammed the door shut. Neither explanation accounted for the sound of the latch turning, but I was too shaken to argue. That night, when my roommates returned, I told them what happened. Instead of the dismissive reactions I expected, they exchanged this look that made my stomach drop. "What?" I asked. "Did something happen to you guys too?" May spoke first. She admitted that twice now she'd felt what seemed like cold breath on the back of her neck while she was sleeping. She'd assumed it was just a draft from the window, but the second time she distinctly felt a small hand touch her shoulder. She'd been too embarrassed to mention it, thinking we'd think she was crazy. Aisha's experience was even creepier. She'd been alone in the room studying late one night when she started hearing whispers. At first, she thought it was coming from the hallway, but it seemed to be right in the room with her. She also mentioned seeing shadows moving on the walls sometimes, like someone was walking around, but when she looked, no one was there. We spent half the night talking about it, trying to find logical explanations. Maybe the building was settling. Maybe the ventilation system created weird drafts. Maybe the stress of midterms was getting to all of us. We even joked nervously about the handprint on the door. Maybe it's a kid ghost marking its territory. For the next couple of weeks, we were hyper-aware of every strange noise or misplaced object. We started keeping a log on a whiteboard. Hair ties moved from desk to sink. Textbook found under bed instead of on shelf. All 3 coffee mugs rearranged in a circle. Little things, but they kept happening. I was starting to think maybe we were just feeding each other's paranoia until the night of November 15th. That date is burned into my memory forever. I'd gone to bed around 11 after finishing a lab report. Aisha was already asleep, and May was still at the library. I fell asleep quickly. I was exhausted from pulling an all-nighter the day before. At exactly 1 in the morning, I woke up. Not gradually, not from a noise or a dream. My eyes just snapped open like someone had flipped a switch in my brain. The room was bathed in bright moonlight coming through our window. We had thick curtains, but they'd been pulled wide open, which was weird because I distinctly remembered closing them before bed. As I lay there, trying to decide if it was worth getting up to close them, I noticed something moving on the wall opposite my bed. A shadow. Not just any shadow. It was clearly the silhouette of a small child. It was moving up and down the wall, almost like it was skipping or playing. I could make out the shape of a head, shoulders, arms swinging, and what looked like something clutched in one hand. Maybe a toy or a doll. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. I just lay there, watching this shadow child run back and forth across my wall. There was absolutely nothing in our room that could have cast such a shadow. The moonlight was coming from behind me, and Aisha was sound asleep in her bed. Then the shadow stopped moving. Slowly it turned toward me. The silhouette shifted as if the child was now facing directly at my bed. And then I heard it. A high, clear voice with a slight giggle. "Come play with me." I have never been so terrified in my entire life. I finally broke through my paralysis and let out a scream, leaped from my bed, and frantically shook Aisha awake. She was groggy and confused until she saw the shadow, which was now moving again, faster and more erratically than before. We grabbed our phones and ran from the room in our pajamas, not even stopping to put on shoes. We spent the rest of the night huddled in the common area, too afraid to go back. When May returned from her boyfriend's room the next morning and found us there, she took one look at our faces and knew something serious had happened. I skipped all my classes that day and went straight to the dormitory administration office. I demanded a room transfer, making up some story about allergies and mold because I knew they wouldn't believe the truth. The housing manager was reluctant. It was mid-semester and rooms were scarce, but something in my desperate expression must have convinced her. She found a room for me and Aisha in Block F, literally the furthest possible building from Block C. We moved our things that same day. May decided to stay. She had experienced the least activity and thought we might be overreacting. We begged her to come with us, but she insisted she'd be fine. I still feel guilty about leaving her there. We never talked about room 903 after that. It was like we had made an unspoken pact to pretend it never happened. But the following year, both Aisha and I opted to rent a house off campus together rather than stay in any university housing. Neither of us has set foot in Block C since. I've done some research since then, trying to find out if anyone died in that building, especially any children. The university wouldn't share any information, claiming they had no records of deaths or accidents involving children in the dormitories. But I did learn that Block C was the oldest dorm on campus, built in the 1960s, and had originally been faculty housing before being converted to student dorms in the 80s. Sometimes I wonder about that room, about the child shadow that claimed it as their playground. I wonder if May experienced anything else after we left. We drifted apart after that semester. She transferred to another university the following year. I wonder who lives in room 903 now, and if they've seen the shadow child or heard that ghostly giggle asking them to play. I still can't explain what happened in that room. Was it really a ghost? Some kind of residual energy? Mass hysteria between stressed college students? I don't know. But I do know that I've never felt comfortable in the dark since then. I always sleep with a nightlight now, and whenever I see a child's handprint on a window, in cement, anywhere, my blood runs cold. The handprint on our door wasn't just from a painter's child, it was a mark, a claim. Room 903 belonged to someone else long before we moved in, and I'm certain they're still there, waiting for new playmates to arrive. Story 5. I've never shared this with anyone outside my closest friends, but I need to get this off my chest. For almost 2 years during my teens, I experienced something that I still can't fully explain, and it still keeps me up some nights. I was 14 when it started. We lived in a modest 2-story house in Parañaque, one of the suburbs of Manila. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, at the end of a hallway that always seemed to stretch longer at night. Nothing special about the house. Built in the early 90s, concrete walls, tile floors that stayed cool even during the hottest months. The kind of place where you'd never expect anything strange to happen. The first time it happened was during summer break. School was out, and I'd been staying up late playing video games. That night, I remember going to bed around midnight, exhausted after a Mario Kart marathon with my cousins who had visited earlier. I fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up suddenly, with that weird feeling you get when something's not right. You know that sensation, like when you feel someone watching you? My room was dark except for the dim glow from my alarm clock on the bedside table. I remember glancing at it. It showed 3:17 in the morning. I lay there trying to figure out what had woken me. That's when I heard it, the slight creak of my bedroom door. I always closed it before sleeping because my mum would turn on the hallway light early in the morning, and I hated being woken up by light streaming in. But now I could see it slowly opening inch by inch. My first thought was that it was my dad checking on me or my little sister sleepwalking again, but no one called my name, no one peeked in. The door just opened about 5 or 6 inches and stopped. I tried to sit up to call out, but I couldn't move. Not a muscle, not my arms, not my legs. I couldn't even turn my head. It felt like someone had placed a heavy blanket over my entire body, pinning me down. I tried to scream, but my voice was trapped somewhere in my throat. That's when I saw it. In the gap of the doorway, something small and dark moved. At first, I thought it was a shadow, maybe cast by the nightlight in the hallway. But then it moved again, deliberately, like it was looking around. It was the size of a child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, but completely dark. Not just wearing dark clothes, but like it was made of darkness itself. No features, no face that I could make out, just a small human-shaped shadow. It stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably just seconds. Then, without warning, it rushed toward my bed. Not walking, not running, but moving like when you fast-forward a video. Unnatural, too quick. Before I could process what was happening, it leapt onto my bed and landed directly on my chest. The weight was immediate and crushing. I couldn't breathe. It felt like someone had dropped a sack of cement on me. My lungs burned as I struggled to take even the shallowest breath. But worse than the physical weight was the fear. I've been scared before, like when I nearly drowned at beach when I was 10, or when I got lost in a mall as a kid. But this was different. This was pure, undiluted terror that flooded every cell in my body. I felt like I was dying, not just physically from the weight on my chest, but like my soul was being crushed too. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe 30 seconds, maybe 5 minutes. Time doesn't make sense when you're that terrified. Eventually, the weight eased, and I could breathe again. I felt the presence move away, and suddenly I could move too. I lunged for the light switch next to my bed and flicked it on, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. My room was empty. Nothing on my bed, nothing on the floor. But my door was still open, those same 5 or 6 inches. I stayed awake until morning, huddled under my blanket with the lights on. When the sun came up, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare. Sleep paralysis, maybe. I'd read about it in a science magazine at school. That had to be it. But the next night, it happened again, and the night after that. It always followed the same pattern. I'd wake up suddenly, check the time, always between 3 and 4 in the morning, and then hear my door creak open. The shadow child would appear, rush at me and jump on my chest. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe, and when it was over and I turned on the lights, my door would be open, just those few inches. After the first week, I started taking precautions. I wedged a chair under my doorknob. I kept a flashlight under my pillow. I even tried sleeping with the lights on. Nothing helped. The chair would somehow be moved aside, the flashlight would roll away during the night, and even with the lights on, I'd still wake up to find the shadow at my door. I was too embarrassed to tell my parents. What would I say? There's a shadow child attacking me at night. They'd think I was going crazy or just trying to get attention. My dad worked long hours at the bank and was always stressed about money. My mom had enough to worry about with my sister's asthma problems. I didn't want to add to their burdens with something that sounded so childish. I tried telling my best friend Carlo at school, but he just laughed and said I was watching too many horror movies. He suggested I was just having bad dreams because of exam stress. I stopped bringing it up after that. The lack of sleep started affecting my grades. I went from being an A student to barely passing. I was irritable all the time, jumping at small noises. My mom took me to the doctor, who said it was probably just puberty and growth spurts making me tired. He had no idea I was deliberately staying awake until I physically couldn't anymore, usually crashing around 1 or 2 in the morning, only to be woken by my visitor shortly after. By the 6th month, I was desperate. I'd lost weight, had dark circles under my eyes, and my teachers were sending notes home about my attitude problem. One night, after a particularly bad visitation where I felt like I might actually suffocate, I broke down in tears after the shadow left. I was so tired, so scared, and felt so alone. That's when something shifted in me. I remembered my Lola, grandmother, once telling me that spirits feed off fear. It was something she'd mentioned during one of her stories about the supernatural beings in Filipino folklore. If you show no fear, they have no power, she'd said. The next night, when I felt myself waking up, I didn't fight it. When I heard the door creak open at 3:22 in the morning, I didn't panic. When I saw the shadow child, I looked directly at where its face would be, and when it rushed toward me and jumped on my chest, I didn't struggle. Instead, I thought, I'm not afraid of you. Do what you want. The weight was still there, the pressure still intense, but something was different. The fear wasn't as overwhelming. It was still scary, terrifying even, but I wasn't drowning in it anymore. The visitation ended quicker that night, and the next night it was shorter still. I kept up this new approach. Night after night I would wake up, see the shadow, feel the weight, but refuse to give in to the terror. Some nights were harder than others. Some nights I almost broke, but I held on to that thin thread of defiance. After about a month of this, something strange happened. I woke up at 3:41, saw my door open, but the shadow child didn't rush in immediately. It stood there, almost hesitating. When it finally did come to my bed, the weight was lighter, the fear less consuming. Over the next few months, the visitations became less frequent, from every night to every other night, to once a week, then once a month. By the time I turned 15, they had stopped completely. I almost convinced myself it had all been in my head. Stress, hormones, an overactive imagination. I moved on with my life, made it through high school, and eventually got accepted to University of the Philippines in Manila. It was in my Filipino studies class during my freshman year that my blood ran cold again. We were discussing local folklore and supernatural beliefs when the professor mentioned an entity called Dabsog, a shadow creature that sits on its victims' chests at night, suffocating them with fear and weight. Some victims in Filipino communities in California and other states in America have reportedly died from what medical examiners call sudden, unexplained, nocturnal death syndrome, the professor explained. But in our culture, many believe it's the work of Dabsog. Interestingly, The filmmaker Wes Craven was reportedly inspired by news articles about these deaths when creating the character of Freddy Krueger for A Nightmare on Elm Street. I sat frozen in my seat as he continued, describing exactly what I had experienced for nearly 2 years of my life. The timing between 3 and 4 a.m., the crushing weight, the overwhelming fear, the preference for young victims. After class, I approached my professor and hesitantly asked more about Dabsog. He seemed surprised by my interest, but shared what he knew. According to him, the entity is drawn to the vulnerable, particularly those going through life transitions like puberty. It feeds on fear, growing stronger with each visitation, and most tellingly, it can only affect those who acknowledge its power. The traditional way to defeat Dabsog, he told me, is to deny it your fear. Without fear to sustain it, it eventually moves on to another victim. I never told him why I was asking. I still haven't told many people. But sometimes when I wake up suddenly in the night, I find myself checking the clock, holding my breath if it's between 3 and 4. And I always make sure my bedroom door is firmly closed before I go to sleep. To this day, I don't know if what I experienced was a cultural phenomenon, a psychological issue, or something truly supernatural. All I know is that for almost 2 years, something visited me in the darkness, and nothing in my life has ever terrified me more. Sometimes I still wake up feeling a phantom weight on my chest, the memory of that fear lingering like an echo, and sometimes, just sometimes, I think I hear my door creaking open in the middle of the night. Story 6. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. I mean, sure, I'd get spooked by horror movies like anyone else, but I'd always rationalize that stuff away in the light of day. That changed after I worked at Building 2020. It's this imposing 6-story red brick Art Deco building just outside Chicago, in Evanston. The place sticks out among the more modern structures around it. It's got these ornate details around the windows, and this presence that just makes you stop and look at it. I worked there for a medical equipment supplier, Health Tech Solutions, about 7 years ago. My department handled insurance billing. Not exactly thrilling work, but it paid the bills. I'd often stay late at the office, especially during quarter end when we had deadlines to meet. The building would empty out around 5:30 or 6, and by 7 it would be practically deserted, except for maybe the cleaning crew that came through around 9. I liked the quiet. I could focus better without phones ringing and co-workers stopping by my desk to chat. The first time I noticed something wasn't quite right was in October, about 6 months after I started working there. I was alone on our floor, the 4th floor, finishing up some claims that needed to be processed before morning. It was probably around 8, and I had just gotten up to grab a soda from the break room when I heard footsteps in the hallway. They weren't rushed or anything, just the steady sound of someone walking purposefully down the corridor. I didn't think much of it at first. I figured it was probably Mark from accounting. He sometimes worked late too. I called out, "Hello?" but got no response. When I poked my head out to look, the hallway was empty. I remember standing there for a minute, listening. The footsteps had stopped. I felt a little silly, thinking maybe I'd imagined it, or it was just the building settling. Old buildings make noises, right? I grabbed my soda and went back to my desk. About 20 minutes later, I heard the footsteps again. This time they seemed to be coming from the opposite direction, walking past my office door. Again, I looked out. Again, nobody there. This time I felt a chill run up my spine. I told myself I was being ridiculous. There had to be a logical explanation. I tried to focus on my work, but I kept hearing things. Doors closing softly in the distance. The elevator dinging when I knew nobody had called for it. These weren't threatening sounds, just presence sounds, like I wasn't alone. That night I left earlier than I'd planned. I felt silly, but the emptiness of the building suddenly felt oppressive rather than peaceful. As I was packing up my things, the lights in my office flickered. Not in a dramatic horror movie way, just a brief dimming and then back to normal. As I reached for the light switch to turn it off, the lights went out on their own. I stood there in the dark, my hand still extended toward the switch I hadn't touched. My heart started racing. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight and practically ran to the elevator. The next day, I convinced myself I was being ridiculous. The building was old, electrical issues happen, the footsteps were probably just echoing from another floor. Maybe someone from another department had been working late too. Perfectly logical explanations. But it happened again the following week, and the week after that. Always when I was alone, always after normal business hours. The footsteps, the doors, the lights. Sometimes I'd leave papers stacked neatly on my desk, only to return from the bathroom to find them slightly moved, as if someone had been looking at them. I started asking around, casually, if anyone else had experienced anything strange in the building. Most of my co-workers just shrugged it off. They rarely stayed past 6. But Diane, who'd been with the company for 15 years, gave me a knowing look. "You've been working late, haven't you?" she asked. When I nodded, she smiled and said, "That's just the watchman. Nothing to worry about." I asked her what she meant, and that's when she told me about the building's history. Before it housed our offices, Building 2020 had been a satellite campus for Northwestern University, and before that, back in the 1940s and 50s, it had been a Tinker toy factory. "There was a fire," Diane explained during lunch one day. "Bad one, from what I've heard. Happened at night when the place was empty, except for the night watchman." According to Diane, the watchman had discovered the fire in its early stages and tried to put it out himself instead of immediately calling the fire department. By the time he realized it was beyond his control and tried to escape, the smoke was too thick. He never made it out. "The old-timers in the neighborhood say he still makes his rounds," Diane said, not seeming bothered by this at all, checking doors, turning off lights, making sure everything's safe. They say he's protective of the building and the people in it. I remember laughing nervously and changing the subject. Ghost stories were one thing, but the idea that I'd been sharing my late nights with the spirit of a dead watchman was another altogether. Still, after that conversation, I found myself noticing more details. The footsteps I heard often sounded like hard-soled shoes on the tile, the kind a watchman from that era might wear, not modern sneakers or dress shoes. The pattern was almost always the same, a slow, methodical circuit of the floor, as if someone was checking each area. One night in December, I was working particularly late, almost midnight, trying to clear a backlog before our holiday break. It was snowing heavily outside, and I was the only one in the building as far as I knew. The cleaning crew had come and gone hours ago. I got up to stretch my legs and walked to the break room to make some coffee. As I was waiting for it to brew, I felt a sudden drop in temperature. It wasn't like a draft. It was as if the entire room had gotten colder all at once. The hairs on my arms stood up. Then I heard it. Footsteps approaching the break room, slow and deliberate. I froze, coffee forgotten, as the steps came closer and closer. They stopped right outside the door. I stared at the doorway, half expecting someone to walk in, but no one did. Instead, after about 10 seconds of silence, the steps continued past the door and down the hall. My hands were shaking as I poured my coffee. I told myself it was the caffeine, but I knew better. As I walked back to my office, coffee in hand, I noticed something odd. All the doors along the hallway were closed. Offices, supply closets, meeting rooms, all of them. I was absolutely certain most had been open when I'd walked to the break room just minutes before. When I got back to my desk, I found my computer had been logged out. Not gone to sleep or screensaver, fully logged out. I knew I hadn't done that. I sat there for a moment trying to decide what to do. That's when I noticed the post-it note on my monitor. It was one of the yellow sticky notes I kept on my desk, but I hadn't written anything on it that day. There was no message on it, just a single small mark that looked like a check. I packed up my things immediately and left. As I waited for the elevator, I felt like I was being watched, not in a threatening way, but like someone was making sure I was leaving safely. When the elevator came, I swear I heard a soft sigh behind me. The next day was our office holiday party, and afterward, a few of us went out for drinks. Feeling bold after a couple of glasses of wine, I told my co-workers about my experiences. Most laughed it off, but one of the guys from IT, Dave, didn't. "I've heard things too," he admitted. "Sometimes when I'm doing system updates at night, I'll hear someone walking around. Once I even called out thinking it was security, but no one answered. Then the next morning, I found out security hadn't even been on our floor that night." Over the next few months, I started to get used to the presence. It never felt malevolent, just there, doing its own thing. Sometimes when I was working late, I'd say a quiet hello when I heard the footsteps. They never responded, but occasionally they'd pause, as if listening before continuing on. Spring came, and with it, a massive thunderstorm that knocked out power to parts of the city. Our building switched to emergency generators, but they only powered essential systems, emergency lights, elevators, and some outlets. Most of our floor was dark. I stayed to finish some urgent work, using my laptop on battery power. Around 8:30, the storm intensified. Rain lashed against the windows, and thunder boomed so loudly the building seemed to shake. I was about ready to call it quits when the emergency lights flickered and went out. Complete darkness fell, except for my laptop screen. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight, but before I could turn it on, I heard the footsteps. They were moving faster than usual, purposeful, coming straight toward my office. My door, which had been half open, suddenly swung shut with a bang. I nearly screamed. Then, through the frosted glass panel in the door, I saw a shadow move past. Not a clear figure, just a darker area in the already dark hallway. 2 seconds later, there was an enormous crash. Something had fallen right outside my office door, right where I would have been standing if I'd gone out into the hallway when the lights went out. When emergency services arrived about 20 minutes later, they found a section of ceiling had collapsed due to water damage from the storm. A heavy light fixture and chunks of plaster had crashed down exactly where I would have been walking. The building manager told me later that if I'd been under it when it fell, I could have been seriously injured or worse. When I told him I'd stayed in my office because the door had suddenly closed, he looked confused. The door shouldn't have been able to close on its own. It had a pneumatic arm that kept it open unless deliberately pulled shut. After that night, I never felt afraid of the footsteps again. Whatever or whoever was walking those halls at night didn't mean me harm. Quite the opposite. I left health tech about a year later for a better job downtown. I mostly forgot about the watchman until last month, when I ran into Melissa, a former co-worker at a coffee shop. She mentioned she still worked at Building 2020, though for a different company that had taken over our old space. "Do you still work late?" I asked her, curious. She gave me an odd look, then lowered her voice. "Sometimes, and I know this sounds crazy, but have you ever noticed anything strange there after hours?" We ended up talking for hours. Her experiences were remarkably similar to mine. Footsteps, doors closing, lights turning off. She'd even had a close call when she nearly used a malfunctioning paper shredder that suddenly unplugged itself before she could turn it on. Maintenance later found it had a serious electrical fault that could have caused a fire. "It's like he's still doing his job," she said. "Still trying to prevent another fire, still looking out for people working late, making his rounds, checking to make sure everything's safe. I don't work at Building 2020 anymore, but sometimes when I'm driving through that area, I'll look up at its windows. On late evenings, I can usually spot a few lights still on. People working overtime just like I used to, and I find myself hoping that the watchman is still there, still making his rounds, still keeping them safe as they work alone in that old brick building." I never believed in ghosts before. I'm still not sure what I believe now, but whatever was in Building 2020, whatever is still there, saved me that night. And somehow, that's both the most terrifying and the most comforting thing I've ever experienced. Story 7. I still can't explain what happened in that house. It's been 7 years, and I think about it almost daily. I'm finally ready to share this, because maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can offer some explanation. In early 2016, my wife Elise and I moved to Bellingham, Washington with our 5-year-old daughter Isabel and our newborn Lily. I'd just finished my military service after 12 years, and Elise had secured a good nursing position at the local hospital. The housing market was tight, but we found this older 2-story house at the end of Virginia Street. It wasn't fancy, just a standard 4-bedroom with decent yard space, but the price was right, and structurally it was sound. The inspector gave it a clean bill of health, though he did mention the house had character, whatever that means. The first few weeks were normal, just the usual chaos of unpacking boxes with a 5-year-old running around and a newborn who refused to sleep more than 2 hours at a stretch. I was adjusting to civilian life, and Elise was working night shifts 3 times a week. We were exhausted, but happy to finally have our own place. It started about a month after we moved in. We'd finally gotten around to setting up cable TV in our bedroom. That night, Elise was working, and I fell asleep around 10 after putting both girls down. I woke up suddenly at 3 in the morning to the sound of the TV blaring, some infomercial about kitchen knives. I remember being confused because I thought I was dreaming at first, but the volume was so loud that it jolted me fully awake. I grabbed the remote and turned it off, thinking I must have rolled onto the remote in my sleep. I double-checked that both girls were still asleep. They were, and went back to bed. The next morning, I mentioned it to Elise when she got home from her shift. Her face went pale. She said, "Nathan, I was going to tell you. I came home around 4 and you were sound asleep. I had to turn the TV off because it was blasting some show. I thought you must have fallen asleep with it on. That's when the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Elise, I woke up at 3 and turned it off myself. It was definitely off when I went back to sleep." We stared at each other, neither wanting to state the obvious. Someone had turned on our TV while we were both either asleep or out of the house. My military training kicked in. I immediately checked all our doors and windows. Everything was locked. I went through the entire house, room by room, checking closets, under beds, the attic access, even the crawl space under the house. Nothing was disturbed, no signs of entry. We tried to brush it off. Maybe there was some weird power surge that affected the electronics. Maybe I hadn't actually turned it off completely. We came up with a dozen explanations, none of which felt right. 3 days later, Isabel came to breakfast looking tired. When Elise asked her if she slept okay, she said matter-of-factly, "My TV turned on last night. It was really loud, Mummy." My blood ran cold. Isabel's TV setup required 2 separate remotes, one for the TV itself and one for the cable box. You had to turn on both devices in the correct sequence to get a picture and sound. There's no way it just turned on by itself. "What did you do, sweetheart?" Elise asked, her voice carefully controlled. "I turned it off and went back to sleep," Isabel said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. She went back to eating her cereal. Elise and I exchanged looks across the table. Something wasn't right. That weekend, Elise and I were up late watching a movie in the living room. Lily was asleep in her bassinet next to us, and Isabel had been in bed for hours. The house was quiet except for the TV. Then we both heard it at the same time, the distinct sound of small, quick footsteps running down the hallway upstairs. Not the creaking of an old house settling, not the pipes, not the wind. Footsteps, light ones, like a child running. I jumped up, grabbing the pistol I kept secured in a lockbox nearby. "Stay here with Lily," I told Elise as I headed for the stairs. The upstairs hallway was dark and still. I checked Isabel's room first. She was fast asleep, one arm flung over her head, breathing deeply. This wasn't a case of her sneaking out of bed. She was in deep sleep and had clearly been that way for hours. Her TV was off. I methodically cleared every room upstairs, turning on lights as I went. Nothing was out of place. No windows open, no one hiding anywhere. I even checked the attic access again, but it was undisturbed, with a fine layer of dust showing no signs of being moved. When I came back downstairs, Elise was holding Lily, who had started fussing. "There's nothing up there," I said. "No one." "We both heard it, Nathan," she whispered. "We both heard those footsteps." The incidents continued, small things at first. I'd be home alone with Lily while Elise was at work and Isabel at kindergarten, and I'd hear the sound of a plastic sippy cup hitting the linoleum kitchen floor. The first time, I rushed in expecting to find one of Isabel's cups on the floor, but everything was exactly where it should be. This happened 3 more times over the course of 2 weeks. Then there were the cold spots, specific areas in the house that would suddenly become freezing cold, even though the rest of the room was normal temperature. The corner of our bedroom, the bottom of the stairs, the hallway outside Isabel's room. These cold spots would appear and disappear without any pattern we could discern. Isabel started saying she could hear someone calling her name at night. "It sounds like a little kid, Daddy," she told me one morning. "I think they want to play." That made my skin crawl, but we tried not to show our fear to Isabel. I asked her if she was scared, and she just shrugged. "No, they sound nice, but I'm too sleepy to play at nighttime." The worst incident happened about 3 months after we moved in. Elise and I were up late, sitting at the kitchen table going over bills. The house was quiet. Both girls were asleep upstairs. We had a clear view of the hallway from where we sat, and at the end of that hallway was a linen closet with a mirrored door. We were both looking down at the paperwork when we heard a slight creaking sound. We looked up simultaneously to see the mirrored closet door slowly swinging open. Not quickly, not violently, just a slow, deliberate opening, as if someone was carefully pulling it from inside. I froze, watching as the door opened wide enough that we could see our own reflections staring back at us from the kitchen. There was no draft in the house. All the windows were closed. No one else was awake. Elise grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. Neither of us spoke. We just watched as the door stopped moving, now fully open. I finally broke the silence. "I'll check it out," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. I walked down the hallway, my heart pounding in my ears. The linen closet was just a normal closet, shelves with towels and sheets, nothing unusual. No one hiding inside, no explanation for why the door had opened. I closed it firmly, making sure the latch caught. As I turned away, I felt a blast of icy air hit the back of my neck, so cold it made me gasp. Then it was gone, and the hallway was back to normal temperature. When I returned to the kitchen, Elise was crying silently. "I want to leave, Nathan," she whispered. "I don't care about the mortgage or the money. Something is wrong with this house." I couldn't disagree, but we'd sunk everything we had into this place. We couldn't just walk away. I suggested we try to learn more about the house's history first. The next weekend, we organized a garage sale to clear out some of the moving boxes and clutter. An elderly woman who lived a few blocks away stopped by to browse. As she was paying for some old kitchen items, she casually said, "You folks settling in okay? This house has always been a bit different from the others on the street." I tried to sound casual. "Different how?" She shrugged. "Well, it wasn't built here originally. They brought it in from somewhere else, plopped it down on this lot maybe 10 years ago. I always thought that was strange, bringing in a whole house instead of building new." I felt the blood drain from my face. The house was moved here? From where? "Oh, I'm not sure exactly. Somewhere up north, I think. The lot was empty for years. Then suddenly there was a house on it. They had to cut down that big oak tree to make it fit." Shame, really. That tree was over 100 years old. After she left, Elise and I stared at each other. Our house had history, history we knew nothing about. It had existed somewhere else with other people, other lives, and maybe something had come with it when it was moved. The activity escalated after that. Items would disappear and reappear in strange places. Isabel's toys would be arranged in perfect circles on the floor when no one had been in her room. Both TVs would turn on and off at random times. The cold spots became more frequent and more intense. Then Isabel started having conversations with someone we couldn't see. We'd find her in her room, talking and laughing as if someone was right there with her. When asked who she was talking to, she'd say, "The other kid, the one who lives here too." The final straw came when Lily, who was now about 7 months old, started waking up screaming every night at exactly 3:17 in the morning. Not just normal baby crying, these were terrified, panicked screams that would go on until we took her out of her room. One night, I got to her room and found her crib had been moved about 2 feet from where we'd placed it. Elise had been sleeping, and I had been downstairs. No one could have moved that crib. I received a job offer in another state the following week. We were packed and out of that house within 14 days. We took a significant financial hit on the mortgage, but we didn't care. No amount of money was worth what was happening to our family. The night before we left, I was doing a final walkthrough of the empty house when I heard a child's laughter coming from Isabel's empty bedroom, clear as day, followed by the sound of running footsteps across the bare floor. I didn't investigate. I just locked the door behind me and never looked back. We never told the new owners what happened. I sometimes wonder if they're experiencing the same things, if that house is still acting as a home to whatever or whoever was there with us. All I know is that I still wake up sometimes at 3:17 in the morning, feeling like someone is standing at the foot of my bed, watching me with a child's curious eyes. Story 8. I still can't believe I'm finally writing this down. It's been over 20 years since I left Oak Ridge Valley, but the memories of that farm still haunt me. I've never been able to talk about it without getting goosebumps, and even now, sitting at my computer, I can feel that familiar chill running down my spine. My grandparents bought the Thompson farm when I was 7 years old. It was this massive property with rolling fields, a big red barn, and a 2-story farmhouse that looked like something from an old painting. The centerpiece of the front yard was this enormous oak tree, must have been hundreds of years old, with branches that stretched out like giant arms over the driveway. What my parents didn't tell us kids right away was that they got the place for dirt cheap because nobody wanted it. The locals called it Death Farm. Real creative, right? But the name fit. Before my grandparents, 2 whole families had died there from mysterious illnesses, some kind of fever that the doctors could never quite figure out. Then the guy who owned it after them shot himself in the barn, and his wife. Well, she hanged herself from that big oak tree in the front yard. My grandparents were super religious, the kind that went to church 3 times a week and had Bible quotes framed on every wall. They weren't scared of the farm's history at all. God is stronger than any darkness, my grandfather would say. They even had Father Michaels from St. Catherine's come out and bless the whole property before we moved in. I remember watching him sprinkle holy water everywhere, thinking it was kind of cool, like something from a movie. For the first few years, everything was normal. We'd spend summers helping with the crops, and every Christmas, the whole extended family would pile into the farmhouse for a week-long celebration that lasted through New Year's. I had 7 cousins, ranging from toddlers to teenagers, and we'd run wild across the property, building forts in the hayloft and playing hide-and-seek in the cornfields. It was during one of those Christmas gatherings when I was 12 that things started getting weird. It began with the porch light near the oak tree. Every night around 10 o'clock, it would flicker. Not like there was an electrical problem, but almost like someone was turning it on and off deliberately. At first, we thought it was just my uncle messing with us kids. He was always playing pranks. But then one night, we were all sitting in the living room when the light started doing its thing, and my uncle was right there with us. My oldest cousin Ryan, who was 19 then, got up to check it out. He came back white as a sheet. "There's someone standing under the tree," he whispered. Of course, we all rushed to the window, pushing and shoving to get a look. I remember pressing my face against the cold glass, squinting into the darkness, and that's when I saw her, a woman in a long, old-fashioned dress, just standing there beneath the branches. She wasn't solid like a normal person. I could almost see through her, but she was definitely there. My grandmother pulled us away from the window, saying it was just shadows playing tricks on our eyes. But the next night, at exactly 10 o'clock, the light flickered again. This time, 5 of us saw her, and the night after that, everyone did. What made it even creepier was that sometimes people driving by would see her too. I remember this one night we were all eating dessert when someone knocked on the door. It was this middle-aged guy in a trucker cap looking really shaken up. "Sorry to bother you folks," he said, "but I think there's something wrong with the woman in your yard. She looks like she's hanging from that tree." My grandfather thanked him, said everything was fine, and closed the door. Then he gathered us all in the living room and made us pray for an hour straight. After that Christmas, I started dreading our visits to the farm, but my parents insisted we go every holiday and for 3 weeks each summer. Family tradition, they called it. I called it torture. During one summer visit when I was 14, my cousins and I decided to be brave. We waited until the adults were asleep, then snuck outside to confront whatever was under that tree. There were 5 of us, armed with flashlights and a baseball bat. Not that it would do any good against a ghost, but it made us feel better. As we approached the tree, the air got colder, like unnaturally cold for July. The crickets and frogs that had been making noise all night suddenly went silent. It was so quiet, I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. We stopped about 20 feet from the tree. The porch light began to flicker, right on schedule, and there she was, a woman in a long white dress that looked like it was from the 1900s. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and her face, God, her face was just wrong somehow. It was like someone had taken a normal face and stretched it slightly too long. Her eyes were dark holes that seemed to stare right through us. My cousin Emily started crying. I wanted to run, but my feet felt frozen to the ground. Then the woman took a step toward us, her movements jerky and unnatural. That broke the spell. We all turned and ran back to the house, tripping over each other in our panic. I fell and scraped my knee badly, but I barely felt it until we were safely inside. None of us told the adults what happened. Somehow, we knew they wouldn't believe us. Or worse, they'd tell us we were seeing things because we'd let the devil into our hearts, or some other religious explanation that wouldn't actually help. The following Christmas, my uncle brought his new girlfriend to the farm. She knew nothing about the family history or the woman under the tree. On her second night there, she refused to sleep in the house. She said she'd gone to the bathroom around 10 p.m. and looked out the window to see a woman hanging from the oak tree, her body swinging slightly in a breeze that wasn't there. My uncle broke up with her a week later when she wouldn't stop talking about it, said she was mentally unstable. But we kids knew better. As I got older, I started doing research on the farm's history. The local library had newspaper archives, and I found articles about the previous owners. The woman who hanged herself was named Elizabeth Mercer. She did it 3 days after her husband's suicide in 1947. According to the article, she'd been depressed for years after losing 3 children to the farm sickness, which doctors suspected was some kind of water contamination, but could never prove. The creepiest thing I discovered was an old photograph of Elizabeth. She was wearing the exact same dress we'd seen the ghost wearing, high-necked, long-sleeved, with tiny buttons down the front. My grandfather passed away when I was 16, and my grandmother moved to a retirement community in Florida. The farm was sold to developers who planned to turn it into a subdivision. They cut down most of the trees, including the smaller ones around the property, but for some reason they left that massive oak standing, said it added character to the neighborhood. I went to college, and didn't think much about the farm until my cousin Ryan called me during my sophomore year. He'd gone back to Oak Ridge Valley for a friend's wedding and decided to drive by our old place. The subdivision was finished, about 20 cookie-cutter houses where our fields used to be, but the oak tree was still there, right in the center of a small community park. Ryan parked across the street just before 10 p.m. He swore to me that the streetlight near the tree flickered, and for just a moment, he saw her, Elizabeth, standing there in her white dress, staring at the house that had been built where the original farmhouse stood. What's even more disturbing is that over the years, I've kept in touch with a few people from Oak Ridge Valley through social media. According to them, that subdivision has the highest turnover rate in the county. People move in excited about their new homes, then leave within a year or two. The houses closest to the oak tree can't keep owners for more than 6 months. One family reported their children would wake up screaming about the sad lady watching them through their windows. Another complained about unexplained illnesses that disappeared as soon as they moved away. A teenage girl allegedly took photos of the tree for a school project and captured the image of a woman hanging from one of the branches, though when I asked to see the picture, I was told it had been lost. I'm 34 now, with kids of my own. We live in Colorado, about as far from Oak Ridge Valley as I could reasonably move. I've never told my children about the farm or the woman under the tree, but sometimes when my daughter draws pictures of people, she includes a tall, thin woman in a long dress standing under a tree. When I ask who it is, she just shrugs and says, "The lady who visits sometimes." I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of any of it. All I know is that somewhere in Oak Ridge Valley, under that ancient oak tree, something is still there. Something that doesn't rest. Something that watches. And sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, I swear I can hear the faint sound of a porch light, flickering on and off, on and off. Story 9. I've never really shared this experience with anyone outside my old school friends, but it's haunted me for almost 40 years now. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and I've never found a logical explanation. I attended Blackwood Manor boarding school in rural England during the mid-80s. It was this massive Victorian Gothic building, all grey stone with arched windows, and those imposing turrets you'd see in horror films. The kind of place that looks magical in daylight, but becomes something else entirely after dark. The school itself had only been there since the 1960s. Before that, Blackwood Manor had been a private residence belonging to one of those obscenely wealthy English families with old money. You know the type. Hunting portraits on the walls, names in history books, that sort of thing. What we all knew, because it was part of the school's unofficial lore, was that the last private owner had been a wheelchair-bound woman who bought the place in the 1930s. This woman, I believe her name was Lady Margaret or something similar, had installed a dumb waiter system throughout the house. It wasn't just for food, like in most mansions. This one was large enough to transport her between floors. She couldn't manage the grand staircase, so she'd use this dumb waiter to access different parts of her home. Clever solution, really. The story goes that one evening there was some sort of gathering at the manor. Lady Margaret needed to get to the upper floor, so she called for a servant to operate the dumb waiter. Something went terribly wrong. Either the servant lost grip of the rope, or it snapped, and Lady Margaret plummeted from the top floor all the way down to the cellar below. They say she screamed the entire way down. By the time I attended Blackwood in the 80s, the school administration had sealed off all the dumb waiter entrances. On each floor, there was a bricked-up doorway where the entrance used to be. In my dormitory, which was on the 3rd floor, this sealed entrance was on the far wall, between 2 wardrobes. The brickwork didn't match the rest of the wall. It was clearly a later addition, with different colored mortar and slightly misaligned with the original wall. My dorm room housed 6 boys, all aged 15 or 16 at the time. Our beds were arranged in 2 rows of 3, with mine positioned closest to that bricked-up entrance. I'd often stare at it while trying to fall asleep, wondering about the woman who died there decades earlier. The night it happened was a Tuesday in November. I remember because we'd had rugby practice that afternoon, and my shoulders were aching from a particularly rough tackle. It had been raining all day, that persistent, miserable English drizzle that soaks through everything. The dormitories were particularly cold that night. The old heating system was struggling against the chill and damp. Lights out was at 10 o'clock, but I couldn't sleep. I was lying there, staring at the ceiling, listening to my roommate's breathing, and the occasional creak of the old building settling. My watch, one of those Casio ones with the little light, showed it was just past 11 when it happened. The scream came out of nowhere. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before or since. It started high-pitched and panicked, then descended into this awful guttural sound of pure terror. The kind of scream that bypasses your conscious mind and triggers something primal inside you. It was unmistakably a woman, an adult woman, and it seemed to be coming from inside the walls themselves. The sound lasted for what felt like forever, but was probably only 4 or 5 seconds. It seemed to move downward, starting loud and then fading away, as if the source was falling rapidly. The acoustics were strange. It sounded both distant and immediate at the same time, like it was happening both decades ago and right at that moment. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. Around me, my roommates were doing the same. For a moment, we just sat there in shocked silence, staring at each other in the darkness. "What the hell was that?" whispered Thomas, who slept in the bed opposite mine. Before anyone could answer, we heard doors opening throughout the dormitory block and voices calling out in confusion. Everyone had heard it, not just our room, everyone. I remember looking at that bricked-up entrance to the dumb waiter and feeling absolutely certain that's where the scream had come from. There was no doubt in my mind. We all scrambled out of bed and into the corridor, where we found practically the entire boarding house in their pajamas, looking confused and frightened. There were about 50 boys in total from ages 13 to 18, all asking the same questions. Who screamed? Was that a woman? Where did it come from? The commotion quickly brought our housemaster, Mr. Harrison, rushing up the stairs. He was a stern man in his 50s with thinning grey hair and perpetually suspicious eyes. He was followed by 2 other teachers who lived in quarters attached to the main building. "What on earth is going on here?" Mr. Harrison demanded, tightening the belt of his dressing gown. "It's almost midnight. Who's responsible for this disturbance?" None of us knew what to say. How could we explain a woman's scream in an all-boys boarding school where the only female staff were the nurse and a couple of teachers, none of whom lived on site? Someone screamed. "Sir," offered one of the older boys, James from the 6th form. It sounded like a woman. Mr. Harrison's face darkened. "Don't be ridiculous. There are no women in this building at this hour. One of you boys is playing a prank, and I want to know who it is right now." We all protested our innocence, but Mr. Harrison wasn't having it. He threatened us with detention, loss of weekend privileges, even calling our parents if the culprit didn't step forward. But no one did, because none of us were responsible. After about 20 minutes of fruitless interrogation, Mr. Harrison ordered everyone back to bed, promising that the matter would be investigated thoroughly in the morning. He stationed the other 2 teachers on each floor to ensure no one left their rooms again. Back in our dormitory, none of us could sleep. We huddled together, speaking in hushed voices about what we'd heard. "It came from in there," I said, pointing at the bricked-up entrance. "I swear it did." The others nodded in agreement. We all felt it. That scream had emanated from behind those bricks. "Do you think it was her?" asked Williams, the youngest in our room. "The woman who died in the dumb waiter?" I didn't answer, but the thought had already occurred to me. What we'd heard matched the story perfectly. A woman's terrified scream, moving downward through the building, as if she was falling. The next morning, the entire school was buzzing with talk of the scream. It turned out that every single person in the dormitory building had heard it. Students and the few staff members who slept on site all described the same thing. a woman's horrifying scream that seemed to travel downward through the building. Mr. Harrison called an emergency assembly where he again demanded that the perpetrator come forward. When no one did, he announced that a thorough search of the building would be conducted, and anyone found with devices capable of making such a sound would face immediate expulsion. The search turned up nothing. No speakers, no recording devices, nothing that could have produced such a sound. The science teacher suggested it might have been an animal outside, perhaps a fox, as their screams can sound disturbingly human. But that didn't explain how it seemed to move through the building, or why it sounded so clearly like it was inside the walls. As the days passed, the teachers gradually stopped talking about it. The official explanation became that it must have been an animal outside, amplified and distorted by the building's old ventilation system. Most people accepted this, or at least pretended to. But those of us who had rooms near the old dumb waiter entrances knew better. We'd heard exactly where that scream came from. A few weeks later, I was in the school library researching a history project when I came across an old local newspaper on microfiche. I wasn't looking for anything related to the scream, but a headline caught my eye. "Tragic accident claims life of Lady Margaret Blackwood." The article, dated October 1938, described how Lady Margaret Blackwood had fallen to her death when the dumb waiter she used to move between floors malfunctioned. The article mentioned that guests at a dinner party heard her screams as she fell from the top floor to the cellar. It stated that the accident occurred at approximately 11 o'clock in the evening. 11 o'clock. The exact time we'd heard the scream. I don't consider myself superstitious, and I've always tried to find logical explanations for things, but I've never been able to explain what happened that night. 50 people heard the same thing. A woman's terrified scream, traveling downward through an old manor house, seemingly coming from behind the bricked-up entrances to a dumb waiter shaft, where decades earlier a woman had fallen to her death, screaming the entire way down. It's been nearly 40 years since that night, and I still think about it often. I've spoken with a few of my old schoolmates over the years, and none of us have changed our accounts of what happened. We all heard it. We all felt that cold dread, and we all knew somehow that what we were hearing was an echo through time. Lady Margaret's final, terrifying journey, replaying itself in the place where it happened. I don't know why it happened that night, and, as far as I know, never happened again. Perhaps something disturbed the fragile barrier between past and present. Or maybe Lady Margaret wanted to be remembered, to have her tragic end acknowledged by those now living in her home. All I know is that I heard something impossible that night, something that defies rational explanation. And all these years later, I still occasionally wake up in the dead of night, heart racing, convinced I've just heard the fading echo of that terrible scream. Story 10. I've been debating whether to post this for months. I'm not a writer, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all myself. I guess I'm hoping someone here has experienced something similar and can help me understand what's happening. My grandmother Rosemary lives in Mapleton, in the same house where I spent most of my childhood. It's a typical suburban home, 2 stories, brick exterior, with a garden my grandma tends religiously. I've always felt safe there. It was my sanctuary growing up whenever things got tough at home with my parents. My grandfather Thomas passed away in 2019 from a heart attack. He collapsed in his office downstairs. I was at college when it happened. Grandma found him. She's been living alone in that house ever since, and I visit her regularly, usually staying over on weekends to keep her company and help around the house. Everything was normal until about 8 months ago. The first incident happened on a Friday night. I'd driven over after work and arrived pretty late. Grandma had already gone to bed, so I quietly made myself some tea, watched a bit of TV, and then headed upstairs to my usual guest room. It was around midnight when I finally turned in. I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m., not groggy or confused, just suddenly wide awake with this overwhelming sense of dread. My heart was racing so fast I could hear my pulse in my ears. The room felt ice cold despite it being summer, and I had this unshakable feeling that I wasn't alone. I've never been particularly religious, even though my grandparents raised me going to church. But that night, I felt this urgent need to pray. I literally scrambled out of bed, grabbed my phone, and looked up Bible verses. I ended up reading Psalm 23 out loud, over and over, until my hands stopped shaking. I've never done anything like that before or since, except in that house. I chalked it up to a weird nightmare and didn't think much of it until my next visit, 2 weeks later. That's when things started getting seriously messed up. I was fast asleep when I had this vivid dream of a face hovering over me. Not a normal face. It was painted stark white with black circles around the eyes, like some twisted mime. In the dream, I couldn't move or scream. Then I felt my pillow slowly being pulled from under my head. When I woke up, I was flat on the mattress. My pillow was across the room. I sat up, completely freaked out, and turned on every light in the room. There was no way I could have kicked a pillow that far in my sleep. It was on the other side of the room, propped against the wall, like someone had placed it there deliberately. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe I'd thrown it in my sleep during a nightmare, but deep down, I knew that wasn't possible. Things kept escalating after that. About a month later, I was helping Grandma clean the living room. We were dusting the shelves when this massive fake plant in the corner, I'm talking about a 5-foot faux ficus that's been in the same spot for probably 15 years, just toppled over. Neither of us was anywhere near it. It just fell, like someone pushed it. My mom was there that day too, and she made some joke about Grandpa's ghost being upset about us moving his stuff around. I laughed it off, but I felt sick to my stomach. Grandma just quietly set the plant back up and kept dusting. The worst incident happened about 3 months ago. I woke up one morning with my throat burning. When I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, I had these angry red scratch marks down my throat and across my upper back, 3 parallel lines, like someone had clawed me. I don't have long nails. I don't sleep with jewelry on. There were no pets in the house. Nothing in that bed could have caused those scratches. They were deep enough that they stung under the shower water, and they took almost a week to fade completely. I started noticing other things too. Shadows moving in the hallway outside my room at night. Specifically, shadows that seemed to come from Grandpa's old office downstairs. Grandma keeps it exactly as he left it. His books, his old desk, even his reading glasses are still there. The door to that room always seems to be cracked open in the morning. Even when I know we closed it the night before, I brought a wooden cross from my apartment during one visit. Not because I'm super religious, but because I was getting desperate. I placed it on my nightstand before going to sleep. In the morning, it was across the room, on top of the dresser. I hadn't gotten up once during the night. Then came the knocking. It always starts around 3 a.m., coming from inside Grandma's walk-in closet. 3 distinct knocks, then silence, then 3 more. I've checked that closet dozens of times. There's nothing that could make that sound. No pipes, no loose shelving, nothing. Last month I was bringing in groceries for Grandma. I had just set the bags down in the kitchen when I heard a crash from the living room. When I ran in, my framed high school senior portrait had fallen off the wall. The weird part? It didn't just fall straight down. It was about 4 feet away from the wall, like it had been thrown. I've stopped sleeping properly when I visit. I find myself jerking awake throughout the night, convinced someone is standing at the foot of my bed. Sometimes I think I see someone in my peripheral vision, but when I turn to look, there's nothing there. Just this lingering sensation that I'm being watched. The thing is, my grandmother's house has always been filled with faith. She's deeply religious. We watch church services together every Sunday morning, and she prays before every meal. There are Bibles in almost every room. The walls are decorated with religious quotes and crosses. If anything, this should be the last place something negative would manifest, and yet it's only happening to me. Grandma never mentions experiencing anything unusual. She sleeps soundly through the nights when I'm lying awake, terrified of what might happen next. I haven't told her about any of this because I don't want to frighten her. She's 78 and has been through enough losing Grandpa. The last thing she needs is to be scared in her own home. What makes this all so confusing is that I can't figure out why this is happening. If it's Grandpa's spirit, why would he try to scare me? We were close. He taught me how to fish, helped me with my math homework, came to every school play and softball game. He was gentle and kind. Even if he somehow lingered after death, I can't imagine him turning malevolent. Last week was the worst visit yet. I was in the guest room, getting ready for bed around 11 p.m. Grandma had already turned in hours before. I was sitting on the edge of the bed checking emails on my phone when the temperature in the room plummeted. I'm not exaggerating. I could see my breath in front of my face. The bedside lamp started flickering, and then I heard it. Heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. Slow, deliberate steps. But Grandma was already upstairs, and we were the only ones in the house. I sat frozen, unable to move, as the footsteps reached the top of the stairs and started down the hallway toward my room. They stopped right outside my door. The doorknob turned slowly, and the door began to open. I finally snapped out of my paralysis and lunged for the door, slamming it shut and pressing my weight against it. There was pressure from the other side. Actual physical pressure, like someone was pushing back. I fumbled with the lock, finally getting it to click, and then pressed my back against the door, sliding down until I was sitting on the floor. The pushing stopped, but then came the whispers. I couldn't make out words exactly, just this low, continuous murmuring right on the other side of the door. It went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then silence. I spent the entire night with my back against that door, too terrified to move. When morning finally came, I worked up the courage to open it. The hallway was empty. Grandma was in the kitchen making coffee, completely unaware of what had happened. I made an excuse about an emergency at work and left early that day. I've been making excuses to avoid overnight visits ever since, though I still drop by during daylight hours to check on Grandma. Yesterday, I was helping her sort through some old photos in the living room when I found something that made my blood run cold. It was an old black and white photo I'd never seen before, tucked in an album from the 1960s. It showed a man standing behind my grandfather. They were outside what looked like a factory or warehouse. Grandpa was smiling at the camera, but the other man was staring directly at the photographer with this intense expression. His face was partially shadowed, but his eyes seemed to burn through the photo. "Who's this with Grandpa?" I asked casually, trying to keep my voice steady. Grandma squinted at the photo. "Oh, that's Frank Aldrich. He worked with your grandfather at the mill for a while." She took the photo from me, frowning slightly. "Thomas never liked him much, said he was always watching him, following him around. They had some kind of falling out not long after this was taken. I remember because Frank showed up at our house one night, drunk and angry, threatening Thomas. Police had to come." She handed the photo back to me. "I almost forgot about him. He died a few years after that. Terrible accident at the mill. Your grandfather felt awful about it, even though it wasn't his fault. He was Frank's supervisor, you see." I couldn't stop staring at the man's face. There was something familiar about those eyes, about the way he was standing just behind my grandfather, almost looming over him. "What kind of accident?" I asked. Grandma shook her head. "It was gruesome. Got caught in one of the machines. They said his face was..." She stopped herself. "Well, it doesn't matter now. It was all a long time ago." I suddenly remembered the white face with black circles around the eyes from my dream. A chill ran through me. "Did Grandpa ever mention Frank after he died?" I asked. She thought for a moment. "He did have nightmares about him for years, used to wake up in a cold sweat, saying Frank was in the room. I always told him it was just guilt, even though he had nothing to feel guilty about." She patted my hand. "Your grandfather was a good man who sometimes carried burdens that weren't his to bear. I'm back at my apartment now, but I can't stop thinking about Frank Aldrich and why his spirit might be in my grandparents' house, if that's even what this is. Maybe he blamed Grandpa for his death. Maybe he's been there all along, kept at bay by my grandfather's presence, and now that Grandpa's gone, he's free to cause harm. Or maybe I'm losing my mind. All I know is that something is in that house, something that doesn't want me there, and I don't know how to protect my grandmother from it when she doesn't even know it exists. Story 11. I've kept this bottled up for so long that I'm not even sure where to start. I guess I'll begin by saying I'm 23 now, but what I'm about to share happened when I was 19, living in Maplewood, this small coastal town where everyone knows everyone else's business. The ocean's always been a comfort to me, but after what happened, even the sound of waves couldn't calm me down for months. Looking back, I think it all started because of my stupid teenage hobby. Me and a few friends used to hang out in graveyards, not doing anything disrespectful. We weren't those kids, but we thought it made us edgy or whatever. We'd just sit around, sometimes take photos for our aesthetic social media posts, and talk about life while surrounded by death. Typical teenage stuff, trying to be deep, you know? I remember when I first started seeing them, the shadows. They were always in my peripheral vision, like when you think someone's watching you, but turn around and no one's there. At first, they were distant, just dark shapes moving at the edge of my sight. I'd turn to look, and they'd be gone. I honestly thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I should mention that I've always had perceptions that others didn't. My parents called it my schizophase when I was younger. I'd see things move when they shouldn't, hear whispers when I was alone. They took me to doctors who said I was just an imaginative kid with anxiety. So when the shadows started, I tried to ignore them. Just another weird thing my brain was doing, right? But they didn't go away. In fact, they got worse. The shadows started appearing during daylight hours. I'd be walking to class and catch a glimpse of something dark slipping behind a tree. I'd be at the beach and see a black shape in the water that wasn't a swimmer. Always just out of focus, always moving away when I tried to look directly at it. The first time one of them stopped moving was during lunch period in my senior year of high school. I was sitting with some friends in the cafeteria, not really paying attention to their conversation because I'd spotted one of the shadows again. But this time, when I looked toward it, it didn't disappear. It stayed. It was just standing there, a completely black figure like a person-shaped hole in reality. No features, no clothes, just darkness, and it was looming over a table of freshmen like it was watching them. My blood went cold. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, did everything I could think of to make it go away, but it was still there when I looked again. I remember muttering some excuse to my friends and practically running to the bathroom. Locked myself in a stall, hands shaking so bad I could barely get the lock to click. I stayed in there for what felt like forever, trying to convince myself I hadn't seen what I'd seen. When I finally got the courage to come out, I splashed water on my face and looked in the mirror. It was behind me, the shadow, standing in the corner of the bathroom. I didn't even scream. I was too terrified. I just ran out of there so fast I nearly slipped on the wet floor. After that, I tried everything to avoid being alone. I joined after-school clubs I didn't care about, stayed at friends' houses as much as possible, kept every light on in my room at night. But it didn't matter. The shadows, and now I was seeing more than one sometimes, kept getting closer. They weren't just in my peripheral vision anymore. They were right there, watching me. My parents thought I was just stressed about college applications. I couldn't tell them what was really happening. They already thought I was too sensitive and looking for attention whenever I'd mentioned weird stuff as a kid. So I kept it to myself, and the shadows kept creeping closer. The worst night, the night everything changed, happened about 4 months after I first noticed them. It was around 2 in the morning and I couldn't sleep. I decided to go downstairs to warm up some milk, thinking it might help. Our house is this old two-story place with creaky floors and a basement I've always hated. As I passed by the front door on my way to the kitchen, I noticed the porch light dimming for a second, like something had moved in front of it. My heart started racing, but I told myself it was probably just a moth or something. I continued to the kitchen, got my milk out of the fridge, and put it in the microwave. While I was waiting, I kept glancing at the kitchen window. The porch light dimmed again, longer this time. The microwave beeped, but I couldn't move. I was staring at the window, watching as something black and formless seemed to press against the glass. Then it was gone. I let out the breath I'd been holding and turned back to the microwave. That's when I saw it. A black arm. Not like a human arm, but a tendril of pure darkness, waving right next to me. Before I could even scream, I felt something cold and impossibly strong grab my ankle. I was yanked off my feet so hard my head cracked against the kitchen tile. I tried to grab onto something, anything, but I was being dragged across the floor toward the basement door. I screamed then, screamed my lungs out. But my parents had been drinking that night. They always did on Fridays, and they sleep like the dead when they've had too much wine. No one came. I dug my fingernails into the hardwood floor, feeling them bend backward and break as I was pulled toward the basement. The door was already open, darkness spilling out like black water. I kicked and thrashed, but whatever had me was too strong. My heel caught the doorframe for a second, and I felt a burst of hope. But then there was a sharp pain as my body was yanked even harder. The last thing I remember is being dragged down the basement stairs, my head hitting each step on the way down. I was screaming the whole time, but it felt like my voice was being swallowed by the darkness. Everything went black after that. I woke up the next morning at the bottom of the basement stairs. My body was covered in bruises and cuts. My fingernails were torn and bloody. My head was pounding so hard I could barely see straight. When I managed to drag myself upstairs, my mom was in the kitchen making coffee. She took one look at me and freaked out. "Lucas, what happened to you?" I tried to tell her. I really did. But the words wouldn't come out right. All I could manage was "fell stairs." And that's what she believed, that I'd gotten up during the night, fallen down the basement stairs, and somehow passed out there until morning. She was upset I might have a concussion, but not surprised. She'd always thought I was clumsy. The weirdest part? After that night, the shadows stopped. Completely. I haven't seen a single one since I woke up at the bottom of those stairs. It's like whatever they wanted, they got it that night. I've spent the last 4 years trying to figure out what happened. Was it some kind of psychotic break? Did I actually fall down the stairs and dream up the rest? Or did something genuinely supernatural decide to torment me and then just stop? I've read about shadow people, about entities that feed on fear, about demons that attach themselves to people who spend time in thin places like graveyards. None of the explanations seem to fit perfectly. The only thing I know for sure is that something dragged me down those stairs. The marks were there, not just on my body, but on the floor. Long scratches from my broken nails that my mum assumed happened as I fell. And one more thing. There was a black, tar-like substance under my fingernails that took days to completely wash out. It didn't look or feel like anything I'd ever seen before. I moved out of Maplewood as soon as I could, got accepted to a college on the other side of the country, and never looked back. I still don't visit graveyards. I still sleep with the light on, and I still can't explain what happened that night or why it stopped. Sometimes I wonder if it's really over, or if the shadows are just waiting, watching from just beyond the edge of my vision, biding their time until they decide to return. All I know is that when I close my eyes at night, I can still feel that cold grip on my ankle, still hear the sound of my body being dragged across the floor, still taste the terror in my throat as I screamed into the darkness that swallowed me whole. Story 12. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me last month. I'm not normally the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I've always been the skeptical one in my friend group, the one who finds the logical explanation behind weird occurrences. But what I experienced at Oak Ridge Community Hospital has completely shattered my perception of reality. My friend Sarah had fallen and broken her ankle while we were hiking. It was pretty bad, bones sticking out and everything. I drove her to the nearest hospital, which happened to be Oak Ridge, this small community hospital in the middle of nowhere, Nebraska. It's one of those older buildings from the 70s that they've tried to modernize, but it still has that distinct hospital smell, disinfectant mixed with something else I can't quite place. We arrived around 6 in the evening. The emergency room wasn't particularly busy, but they still took forever to get Sarah into a room. I sat with her while they did x-rays and confirmed what we already knew. She needed surgery to reset the bone. They gave her something for the pain, and she was pretty out of it, drifting in and out of sleep. After about 2 hours of sitting in that uncomfortable plastic chair, nature called. I really needed to use the bathroom. The one in Sarah's room was occupied by another patient who was giving a urine sample or something, so I stepped out to the hallway to look for another one. I spotted a nurse at the station, a middle-aged woman with curly brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. She was typing something into a computer and looked up when I approached. "Excuse me, is there another bathroom I can use? The one in room 112 is occupied," I asked. She smiled. "Of course. Go down this hallway, take a left at the end, and it's the second door on your right." I thanked her and followed her directions. The hallway was dimly lit compared to the main area. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, one of them flickering slightly. The walls were painted this pale mint green color that I guess was supposed to be soothing, but just made everything look washed out. My footsteps echoed on the linoleum floor, and I remember thinking how eerily quiet it was. No beeping machines, no voices, just silence. As I approached the end of the corridor where I was supposed to turn left, I noticed someone ahead of me. It was an elderly woman in a blue wheelchair. She was positioned with her back to me, facing a door on the right side of the hallway. I could only see the back of her head, thin white hair that looked almost translucent under the fluorescent lights. Her hands were gripping the wheelchair armrests, and I could see she was trying to reach for the door handle, her thin arms stretching out. I'm not sure why, but the moment I laid eyes on her, my stomach dropped. You know that feeling when something is just fundamentally wrong, like your body knows something your brain hasn't figured out yet? A cold sensation spread from my gut to my chest, and the hair on my arms stood up. I felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and go back the way I came, and that's exactly what I did. I didn't even think about it. My body just pivoted, and I started walking quickly back toward the main area. But something made me glance over my shoulder. I don't know why I looked back. I wish I hadn't. The woman was gone, completely gone. The blue wheelchair, the elderly woman, vanished. The hallway was empty. I froze, staring at the spot where she had been just seconds before. There was no way she could have wheeled herself into that room so quickly. She had been struggling just to reach the handle, and I hadn't heard any doors open or close. She had simply disappeared. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I practically ran back to Sarah's room, my hands shaking. The bathroom was free now, so I used it quickly, splashing cold water on my face afterward. I told myself I was just tired, that maybe I had imagined the whole thing. When I returned to Sarah's bedside, a different nurse was checking her IV. She was younger, maybe in her late 20s, with blonde hair pulled back in a bun. Her name tag read, Amy. Sarah was still sleeping off the pain meds. "Everything okay?" Amy asked, noticing my expression. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I let out a nervous laugh. Actually, something weird just happened. I went looking for a bathroom, and I saw this elderly woman in a blue wheelchair down the hallway. But when I looked back, she was gone, just vanished. Amy's hands froze on the IV bag. Her face drained of color so quickly I thought she might pass out. "Where exactly did you see her?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I described the hallway and the location. Amy set down her clipboard and sat on the edge of Sarah's bed. "That was Mrs. Delaney," she said quietly, "or at least that's what we call her." "What do you mean?" Amy glanced toward the door, then leaned closer to me. "Mrs. Delaney died in that room about 15 years ago. But a lot of us have seen her in that hallway, always in that blue wheelchair, always trying to get into her old room." I felt a chill run down my spine. "You're joking, right?" She shook her head. "I wish I was. The first time I saw her was during my first week here 3 years ago. I was doing night rounds, and I saw her trying to wheel herself into that room. I went to help her, thinking she was a patient who had wandered off. But when I got close, she just disappeared." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My mind was racing, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe it's just someone who looks similar, or maybe the lighting played tricks on me. Amy smiled sadly. "That's what I told myself too. But then I mentioned it to one of the older nurses, and she showed me something." At that moment, the door opened, and an older nurse walked in, the same one who had given me directions to the bathroom. Her name tag read Margaret. Amy looked up. "Margaret," she saw Mrs. Delaney. Margaret's eyes widened as she looked at me. "In the East Wing hallway, trying to get into room 118? I nodded, my mouth dry. Margaret sighed and closed the door behind her. "It happens more often than you'd think. Usually to visitors or new staff. Mrs. Delaney, Catherine Delaney, was a patient here for almost 6 months. Terminal cancer. She was in that room waiting for her son to visit her before she passed. He lived across the country and kept promising to come, but he never did. She died still waiting for him. The day she died," Amy continued, "she had asked to be put in her wheelchair and positioned by the door so she could see her son the moment he arrived. But he never came, and she passed away sitting in that chair, watching the door." I felt a lump forming in my throat. "That's horrible." Margaret nodded. "The strangest thing is, no one can get rid of that wheelchair. It keeps showing up in random storage closets, even though administration has thrown it away multiple times." "You're serious about all this?" I asked, still unable to fully process what they were telling me. "Dead serious," Margaret said. "No pun intended." Amy stood up and went to the door. "Wait here," she said before disappearing into the hallway. Margaret checked Sarah's vitals while we waited. "Your friend should be fine. The orthopedic surgeon will be in soon to discuss the procedure." I nodded absently, my mind still fixated on the elderly woman in the blue wheelchair. After a few minutes, Amy returned with 2 other hospital staff, a janitor in his 50s and another nurse who looked to be in her 40s. "This is Joe and Diane," Amy said. "They've both encountered Mrs. Delaney too." Joe, the janitor, leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. "First time I saw her was about 7 years ago. I was mopping that hallway late at night, and I saw this old lady in a wheelchair struggling to reach a door handle. I called out to ask if she needed help, and when I got closer, she just vanished. Nearly quit my job that night." Diane nodded. "I had an even stranger experience. I was helping a patient to the bathroom in that hallway about 4 years ago, and we both saw her. The patient, her name was Ruth, actually spoke to her. Ruth said, 'Do you need help, Mom?' And the woman in the wheelchair turned slightly and said, 'My son is bringing me flowers. Can you get them from my room?' When Ruth took a step toward her, the woman disappeared. Ruth was so shaken we had to give her a sedative. I felt goosebumps spreading across my skin. This can't be real." "We all said the same thing," Margaret said softly. "But after you've worked here long enough, you just accept it. Mrs. Delaney isn't harmful. She's just waiting." "There's a photo of her in the hospital archives," Amy added. "From when she was a patient here. I've seen it. It's definitely the same woman." The thought of seeing a photo of the ghost I'd just encountered made my stomach turn. I don't think I want to see that. Joe pushed himself off the wall. "I should get back to work. But if it helps, you're not crazy. What you saw was real as any of us have experienced it." After they left, I sat in silence next to Sarah's bed, trying to make sense of what had happened. Sarah finally woke up about an hour later, groggy from the medication. "Did they say when I'm getting surgery?" she mumbled. "The surgeon's coming soon," I replied, grateful for the distraction. I never told Sarah what happened. I didn't want her to think I was losing my mind. But as we were leaving the hospital 3 days later, after her successful surgery, I found myself glancing down that hallway again. Part of me wanted to see Mrs. Delaney one more time, to confirm what I'd experienced. But the hallway remained empty. I've tried researching Catherine Delaney online since then. I found a short obituary from 15 years ago mentioning she passed away at Oak Ridge Community Hospital after a long illness. It listed a son living in California as her only surviving relative. I wonder if he knows his mother is still waiting for him, eternally stationed outside her hospital room in that blue wheelchair. I wonder if he ever thinks about the visit he never made. Sometimes I dream about her. In my dreams, I walk down that hallway and help her open the door. Inside the room, there's always a man with flowers, waiting to say goodbye. But I always wake up before they can embrace. I don't know what to believe anymore. I've always been the rational one, the skeptic. But I know what I saw that evening in Oak Ridge Community Hospital, and no logical explanation can erase the image of that blue wheelchair and its occupant who vanished into thin air. Story 13. I've never been into the whole spiritual or paranormal scene, but about 2 months ago, I started messing around with dowsing. You know that thing where people use a pendulum to answer questions? I was bored one night scrolling through TikTok and saw some videos about it. Most people were using it to figure out their sexuality or future careers. But something about the practice itself caught my attention. I'm from Salem, Massachusetts, so maybe that explains my curiosity. Growing up here, you're surrounded by witchy tourist traps and occult shops. I'd never given any of it much thought before, but I was going through a rough patch, couldn't sleep well, feeling constantly on edge, and thought, why not try something new? I made a simple pendulum using a necklace chain and a small crystal I had lying around. The basic technique is pretty straightforward. You hold it steady, establish which direction means yes, usually forward-backward, and which means no, usually side to side. Then you ask questions. At first I just asked dumb stuff like, is my name Elijah, or do I live in Massachusetts? The pendulum would swing correctly, which I figured was just my subconscious mind causing tiny muscle movements. Nothing extraordinary, but it was oddly calming to do. After about a week of this, I got curious about pushing it further. One night around 11:30, sitting cross-legged on my bed with just my desk lamp on, I decided to try communicating with spirits. I wasn't expecting anything to happen. Honestly, I felt kind of stupid even trying it. I closed my eyes, took a few deep breaths to center myself and asked, is there a spirit present in this room? The pendulum started swinging forward and backward. Yes. A chill ran down my spine, but I told myself it was just my own micro-movements. I decided to keep going. Are you a good spirit? The pendulum swung yes again. Are you male? Yes. Are you female? No. I continued asking basic questions, getting more specific. Do you have a name? Yes. This is where it got weird. I grabbed a piece of paper and wrote out the alphabet. I asked the spirit to spell its name by swinging. When I pointed to the correct letter, Uthgaz, Uthgaz. I'd never heard that name before. It sounded ancient, maybe Norse or something. Uthgaz, how old are you? The pendulum stopped completely, dead still. I tried asking in different ways. Are you over 100 years old? Have you been dead for centuries? But every time I mentioned age, the pendulum would freeze. I moved on to other questions. Why are you here? I went through the alphabet again, and the pendulum spelled out Protect. Protect what? Y-O-U. My heart started racing. Protect me from what? D-E-M-O-N. At this point, I almost dropped the pendulum. See, there's something I've never told anyone. Since I was a kid, I've occasionally seen something, a figure, tall, humanoid, but definitely not human. It's covered in greyish hair, has impossibly long limbs, and no face that I can discern. But the worst part is the horn-like protrusions on its head. Just writing this makes my skin crawl. I first saw it when I was 7, standing at the foot of my bed. My parents dismissed it as a nightmare. Throughout elementary school, I'd sometimes see it standing in the hallway or by the playground fence. In high school, I spotted it several times standing behind my oblivious friends, its long fingers hovering near their heads. The worst encounter happened just 3 months ago. I was taking a shower, eyes closed as I rinsed shampoo from my hair. I felt something touch my stomach, like a cold, firm pressure. When I opened my eyes, it was right in front of me, its hand on my belly. No face, just that mass of grey hair where a face should be. I screamed, and it vanished. I didn't shower for a week after that. I've never told anyone about these sightings because, well, who would believe me? I've convinced myself it was sleep paralysis, or my imagination or stress. But now this pendulum, this Uthgaz, was bringing it up. With shaking hands, I continued, "How do you know about the demon? Itshare. Can you see it right now?" "Yes. Where is it?" "Corner. I refused to look at the corner of my room. I couldn't. Why does it follow me? Feeds. Feeds on what? Fear. My mouth went dry. How long has it been following me? Birth. And you protect me from it?" "Yes. Why would you protect me?" Forced. That answer struck me as odd. Someone is forcing you to protect me. "Yes. Who?" Stronger. Stronger than what? Both. You don't want to protect me? "No, but you have to." "Yes." I was sweating now, even though my room was cold. "How do you protect me?" Keepaway. Has it hurt me before? "No." "Because of you?" "Yes." "What would happen if you stopped protecting me?" Takeyu. "Take me where?" The pendulum stopped moving again, completely still. No matter how I rephrased the question, it wouldn't respond. I decided to ask about Uthgaz himself. "What are you, a ghost, an angel? Guardian? Are there others like you?" "Yes." "Protecting other people?" "Yes." "From the same demon?" "No." "Different demons for different people?" "Yes." My hands were shaking so badly I had to put the pendulum down for a moment. I took a few deep breaths, trying to convince myself this was all bullshit, just my subconscious playing tricks. But the name Uthgaz and the descriptions of the demon, they were too specific, too aligned with what I'd experienced. I picked up the pendulum again. "Uthgaz, if I look in the corner right now, will I see the demon?" The pendulum swung violently side to side. "No, why not? Hiding. It can hide from me? Yes, but not from you? No. Has it been in my room other nights when I didn't see it? Yes. How often?" The pendulum spelled Everynight. I felt sick. The idea that this thing had been in my room every night watching me sleep made me want to throw up. "What does it want from me?" Soul. I couldn't take any more. I put the pendulum down and turned on all the lights in my room. I even turned on some music to drown out the silence that suddenly felt oppressive. I didn't sleep that night. I kept staring at the corner of my room, half expecting to see that faceless, horned figure materialize. The next day, I went online and searched for information about Uthgaz. Nothing came up. No mythology, no folklore, nothing. Which made sense if this was just my subconscious creating a fantasy, but it still unnerved me. I've continued using the pendulum to communicate with Uthgaz almost every night for the past 2 months. I've learned that the demon, Uthgaz never gives it a name, has been following my family for generations, but usually only focuses on one person at a time. Apparently, I was chosen when I was still in my mother's womb. Uthgaz claims he was assigned to protect me by something even more powerful than both him and the demon. something he seems afraid of. He won't elaborate on what this entity is, and the pendulum goes still whenever I press for details. Here's the thing that makes me question my sanity, but also makes me believe there might be something to this. Since I started communicating with Uthgaz, the sightings have decreased dramatically. I've only seen the horned figure once in the past 2 months, and it was at a distance, outside my apartment building. Maybe this is all psychological. Maybe by creating this protector in my mind, I've given myself a coping mechanism to deal with whatever hallucinations or sleep paralysis episodes I've been experiencing. The pendulum could easily be influenced by my own subconscious desires and fears. But what if it's real? What if Uthgaz is actually there, grudgingly keeping this demon at bay? What happens if he stops? Or what if by acknowledging him, I've somehow weakened his ability to remain hidden from the demon? Last night, I asked Uthgaz if I should stop using the pendulum to communicate with him. The pendulum spelled D-A-N-G-E-R-O-U-S. For me? No? For you? Yes. Should I destroy the pendulum? The pendulum swung violently. No. Why not? O-N-L-Y-L-I-N-K. I don't know what to do. I'm trapped between believing I'm losing my mind and believing there's an invisible battle happening around me. All I know is that something has been watching me my entire life, and now something else claims to be protecting me from it. The pendulum sits on my nightstand as I write this. I'm afraid to use it again, but I'm more afraid not to. What if breaking contact with Uthgaz removes whatever protection I have? What if the demon is waiting for exactly that? I still see movement in the corners of my eyes. Sometimes I wake up feeling like someone's standing over my bed. Last night, I dreamt of long grey fingers wrapping around my throat. I don't know if Uthgaz is real. I don't know if the demon is real. All I know is that my fear is real. And according to Uthgaz, that's exactly what it feeds on. Story 14. I've worked in the food service industry for 11 years now, 8 at a place downtown, and 3 at Riverside Bistro here in Portland. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything like that, but after what I've experienced, I don't know what else to call it. It started about 6 years into my first restaurant job. I was cleaning up after the dinner rush, and everyone else had either gone home or was on break. I remember I was wiping down tables when I felt something. It's hard to explain. Like when you know someone's watching you. I glanced up and caught a glimpse of an elderly man in a white shirt from the corner of my eye. He seemed to be walking past me on my right side. I turned to say something, probably, "Sorry, we're closed," but there was nobody there. I figured I was just tired and seeing things, but then it happened again 2 nights later. Same thing, older man, white shirt, always approaching from my right, like he'd just turned a corner, and always when I was alone. What freaked me out the most wasn't seeing him, it was feeling him. Every time this, whatever it was, passed by, I could feel the air move. You know that little breeze you feel when someone walks by quickly, that exact sensation. But nobody was there. I never mentioned it to anyone at that job. I mean, what would I say? Hey, I think I'm being haunted by an old dude in a white shirt. No thanks. I didn't need that reputation. When I left that place after 8 years and started at Riverside Bistro, I figured the weird experiences would stop. New place, new start, right? Wrong. About 2 months into working at Riverside, it started happening again. But this time, it felt different. Like it wasn't the same entity or whatever. This one seemed more, I don't know, aggressive. The old man in white still appeared in my peripheral vision, but now there were other things too. The first time something else happened, I was restocking the bar during a slow afternoon shift. I'd just finished loading the cooler when I heard the soda machine start dispensing, like full-on pouring soda. I walked over to find Sprite pouring into nothing. No cup, no customer, just soda splashing onto the drain mat. I turned it off and cleaned up the mess, trying to convince myself it was just a mechanical issue. Then it happened again 3 days later with the root beer, and a week after that, the Dr. Pepper, always when I was alone, always stopping as soon as I approached. But the chairs are what really get to me. I'd be doing side work or checking on the kitchen, and I'd hear them moving across the floor in the dining room, clear as day. That unmistakable scraping sound of chair legs on tile. I'd walk out to find the dining room completely empty, but chairs pulled out from tables that I know I'd pushed in earlier. One Tuesday about 4 months ago, we were dead slow, like 3 tables all night slow. My manager sent the other server home early, and I was closing by myself. I was counting my tips in the back corner when I caught a glimpse of something dark. Not the old man this time, but a dark blur rushing toward the bathroom. I immediately stood up and called out, thinking maybe a customer had snuck in somehow, but got no response. I walked over to check the bathrooms, and I still remember the chill that ran down my spine as I pushed open the door. The lights were off, and when I flipped them on, there was nobody there. I checked the stalls one by one, but they were all empty. As I was leaving, the lights flickered 3 times before going out completely. I practically ran back to the dining room. For almost 3 years, I kept all this to myself. I mean, who would believe me? But then, about 2 months ago, we hired this new guy, Derek. Seemed normal enough. 20-something college student, needed a flexible job, nothing unusual. He'd been working for maybe 3 weeks when he approached me after a shift. We were the last 2 there cleaning up. I was wiping down the soda machine, which had malfunctioned twice that day, and he was sweeping. He kept glancing at me like he wanted to say something but wasn't sure how. Finally, he just blurted it out. "Have you ever heard the chairs moving when nobody's there?" I froze, like literally stopped mid-wipe. "What did you say?" "The chairs," he said, lowering his voice even though it was just us. "Sometimes I hear them moving in the dining room when I'm alone. And..." He hesitated. "And what?" I prompted, my heart racing. "And I think I've seen an old man walking around the restaurant. Just glimpses, you know. But when I look directly, there's nobody there." I didn't know whether to be relieved that I wasn't crazy or terrified that whatever this was, it was real enough for someone else to experience it too. "Yeah," I finally admitted. "I've seen him too, and heard the chairs, and the soda machine acts up." Derek's eyes widened. "So it's not just me? Do you think the place is, like, haunted or something?" I shrugged, trying to seem casual even though my skin was crawling. "I don't know what it is, but I've learned that if you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone, mostly." The moment those words left my mouth, we both heard it. The unmistakable sound of a chair scraping across the floor in the dining room we'd just cleaned. Derek's face went white. We both slowly turned to look, and sure enough, one chair at a corner table was pulled out about 2 feet. "Holy shit," Derek whispered. "Yeah," I replied, my mouth dry. "They're listening." After that night, Derek and I had an unspoken agreement to always try to work the same shifts. Safety in numbers, I guess. But sometimes, like today, it's unavoidable to be alone. It's a rainy Tuesday afternoon, and business is dead because of the downpour. My manager just sent Derek on his break and told the other server she could go home early. So it's just me on the floor for the next hour. I'm wiping down empty tables, trying to keep busy and not think about being alone, when I feel that familiar sensation, like the air pressure in the room just changed. I don't look up. I've learned not to. The old man in white is in my peripheral vision, walking past as he always does. I feel the breeze as he passes. But this time, something different happens. The old man stops. In 6 years of experiencing this, he's never stopped. He always walks past and disappears. But right now, he's standing still, just at the edge of my vision. I'm frozen, cloth in hand, afraid to move or look directly at him. Then, the soda machine starts. Not just one flavor, all of them. Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite, Dr. Pepper, all dispensing at once. The sound is deafening in the empty restaurant. I don't want to turn away from where I sense the old man standing, but I have to do something about the soda disaster. I slowly back toward the machine, keeping my gaze fixed in the direction of the apparition without looking directly at it. As I reach the soda fountain, everything stops dispensing at once. The sudden silence is almost as jarring as the noise was, and then, one by one, the chairs in the entire dining room, all 40 of them, pull out from their tables about 2 feet, not violently, not thrown across the room like in some horror movie, but deliberately, methodically, as if invisible diners were preparing to sit down for a meal. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. I want to run, but my feet feel cemented to the floor. And then I notice something else. The temperature has dropped dramatically. I can see my breath fogging in front of me. For the first time I hear a voice. Not clear, not like someone speaking directly to me, but like a whisper carried on the air conditioning. Finally. That one word, barely audible, breaks my paralysis. I back toward the kitchen, never taking my eyes off the dining room with its pulled-out chairs. I reach for my phone to call Derek, to call anyone, but it's dead. It was at 80% when I checked it 10 minutes ago, but now it's completely dead. The lights flicker once, twice, and then stabilize. The dining room is still eerily arranged with all those empty chairs waiting for invisible guests. And then, one by one, I see indentations forming on the seats, as if people, invisible people, are sitting down. I hear the whispers again, multiple voices now, like a crowded restaurant during dinner rush, but I can't make out any specific conversations, just the buzz of dozens of people talking, but there's no one there, no one I can see anyway. The old man in white is still at the edge of my vision, but now I realize he's not just standing there, he's facing me, watching me. I still can't bring myself to look directly at him, but I can feel his gaze. And then, as suddenly as it all started, the sound stops. The indentations on the chairs disappear, the temperature returns to normal, but the chairs remain pulled out, physical proof that I haven't imagined this. The back door opens, and Derek returns from his break. He stops dead when he sees the dining room, then looks at me with wide eyes. "What happened?" he asks, his voice barely above a whisper. I open my mouth to explain, but no words come out. How do I explain what I just witnessed? How do I tell him that for the first time in 6 years, the entities or spirits or whatever they are didn't just pass by? They gathered, they spoke. They were having a meeting, I finally say, surprised at how calm my voice sounds despite the terror still coursing through me. All of them, together. Derek looks around at the pulled-out chairs. All of them? How many are there? I shake my head. I don't know. A lot, more than I thought. We spent the next 20 minutes pushing in chairs and trying to act normal. Neither of us mentioned it again during the shift, but as we were leaving, Derek asked, "What do you think they want?" I wish I had an answer. I wish I knew why the old man in white and whatever other entities haunt this place decided to make their presence known so dramatically today. Was it because I acknowledged them to Derek? Because I broke some unspoken rule by talking about them? That was 6 hours ago. I'm home now, but I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that whisper again. Finally. Like they've been waiting for something. Or someone. I don't know if I can go back tomorrow. I don't know if I have a choice. All I know is that whatever has been haunting me for years isn't content to just pass by anymore. They're gathering, they're watching, and I think they're getting ready for something. Story 15. I still get shivers typing this out. I've tried telling some friends about what happened, but they either think I'm being dramatic or they get uncomfortable with the whole psychic connection thing. But I know what I experienced, and I need to share it somewhere people might understand. It happened about 7 months ago. I was living in Singapore for work, a tech job that had me relocating from London about 2 years prior. I'd settled into a decent routine there, even though I missed my family back in England. We stayed connected through weekly video calls, and I'd fly back for holidays when I could afford it. That night, I went to bed around midnight after binge-watching some Netflix show. Nothing unusual about the evening. No drinking, no medications, nothing that would explain what followed. I fell asleep quickly and found myself in this incredibly vivid dream. In the dream, I was back at my mum's house in England. It was so detailed, the faded wallpaper in the hallway, the slight musty smell that old houses get, even the creaky floorboard on the third step. I was arguing with my sister about sleeping arrangements. This was actually a common thing when I visited. I'd usually crash in her room since she had a pull-out bed. But in the dream, she wasn't having it. I remember walking down the hallway to find my mum, who was in the kitchen making tea, so typically her. I asked her where I should sleep, and she turned to me with this blank expression I'd never seen on her face before. "I don't know where your nephew is," she said in this flat voice. "He's either asleep or he's dead." Even in the dream, I felt my blood run cold. My mum would never say something like that. She's the most positive, upbeat person I know, constantly telling us not to worry about things. The way she said it was so matter-of-fact, like commenting on the weather. I jolted awake, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The bedside clock read 2 a.m. I was drenched in sweat, shaking, and couldn't shake the dread that had settled over me. It felt like something heavy was sitting on my chest. I reached for my phone to distract myself and saw a notification from my brother. The message had come through just 3 minutes after I woke up. "Hey, have you heard from Alex? He's gone missing again, and Mum's worried." Alex is my nephew, my sister's son. He was 19 at the time and had been going through a rough patch. He'd disappeared a couple times before. Typical teenage stuff, staying at friends' houses without telling anyone, that kind of thing. But reading that message right after that dream, I felt sick. I immediately texted back asking for details. My brother told me Alex had left the house early that morning and hadn't been seen since. No one was answering his phone, and his friends claimed they hadn't heard from him. The thing that stood out to my brother was that Alex hadn't taken his phone charger. For a kid who literally lived on his phone, who would have a panic attack if his battery dropped below 20%, this seemed odd. Still, I tried to be rational. Teenagers do impulsive things. Maybe he'd borrowed a charger from someone or bought a new one. Over the next few days, a social media campaign to find Alex went viral in our hometown. His picture was shared thousands of times. The police were involved, but there weren't many leads. I was stuck in Singapore, feeling helpless, constantly refreshing my social media feeds for updates. 4 days after my dream, I attended a church retreat I'd signed up for months earlier. I almost cancelled, but my sister insisted I go. There was nothing I could do from Singapore anyway. During one of the talks, the speaker kept bringing up suicide. It wasn't the topic of his talk. He was discussing community service. But he kept circling back to suicide prevention. And here's the weird part. Every time he mentioned it, he seemed to be looking directly at me. I tried to move seats during a break, but it continued happening. At one point he said, "Sometimes people need to prepare themselves for difficult news," while staring right at me. Despite this, I was still holding on to hope. Alex had done this before. He'd turn up with some lame excuse about needing space or forgetting his phone died. Everything would be fine. Then something changed. I was sitting in my apartment the evening after the retreat, watching TV, when I suddenly felt this wave of certainty wash over me. Not hope, certainty. Something was wrong. I can't explain how I knew, but it was like a switch flipped in my brain. My hands started shaking as I picked up my phone to text my sister for an update. Before she could respond, my phone rang. It was my mum. I knew before answering what she was going to say. "They found him," she sobbed into the phone. "My baby. They found him washed up on Dover Beach." Dover Beach. That's several cities away from where we lived. What was he doing there? The questions started flooding my mind, but all I could do was sit there numb as my mum told me the timeline. Alex had gone missing around 6:30 in the morning on the day I had that dream. His body had been found the next day, but it took time to identify him because he didn't have ID on him. The police believed he had jumped from the cliffs. There was no note, no explanation. I couldn't process what I was hearing. All I could think about was that dream. My mum's words, "He's either asleep or he's dead." Somehow I had known. Somehow across thousands of miles, I had sensed what was happening. I flew back to England for the funeral. Those days are mostly a blur now. Arranging compassionate leave from work, the long flight spent staring out the window, the hushed conversations at my mum's house. My sister was nearly catatonic with grief. My brother kept saying he should have noticed something was wrong. My mum just kept cooking, like feeding everyone would somehow fix this enormous hole in our lives. The hardest part was not knowing why. Why Dover Beach? Why that day? What was going through his mind? In the months that followed, I prayed for answers. Not religious prayers, I'm not particularly religious, but just desperate pleas into the void for something that would help us make sense of this. And strangely, those prayers seemed to be answered piece by piece. About 2 months after the funeral, a fisherman found Alex's wallet washed up near where his body had been discovered. Inside was his passport and bank card. The police returned them to us. At least we had something of his back. Then a friend of his came forward. He said Alex had mentioned Dover Beach a week before he disappeared. Apparently they'd been talking about beautiful places to visit in England, and Alex said he'd always wanted to see the sunrise there. It wasn't much, but it was something. The most unnerving answer came just last month. I was going through old WhatsApp groups, looking for a recipe someone had shared, when I noticed something strange. Alex was in one of the family groups, and the app showed him leaving the group at exactly 11:42 a.m. on the day he disappeared. I felt the blood drain from my face. 11:42. That would have been about 5 hours after he left home. According to the police timeline, that matched up with when he would have reached Dover. His last activity before. WhatsApp automatically removes people from groups when their account is deleted. It hit me that this must have been when he deleted his account, right before he made his final decision. I've gone over and over that dream in my mind. Was it just a coincidence? 1,000,000 people have disturbing dreams every night. But the timing, the specific wording, the fact that I woke up right before receiving that message. Sometimes I think about what the speaker at that retreat said about preparing for difficult news. Maybe on some level, Alex was reaching out to me. Maybe our connection transcended physical distance. I don't know if I believe in psychic links or supernatural communication, but I can't explain what happened any other way. I still have nightmares sometimes, but they're different now. In these dreams, I'm walking along Dover Beach at sunrise. It's beautiful and peaceful, and somewhere in the distance I can see Alex watching the waves. He looks calm. I never reach him before I wake up, but somehow I think he's okay now, wherever he is. I just wish I could have understood the warning in time to save him. Story 16. I never thought I'd be writing about this. It feels ridiculous typing it out, but I need to tell someone who might understand because my family sure as hell doesn't. My dad died back in January. Heart attack. He was only 58, but honestly, it wasn't exactly unexpected. The man smoked like a chimney since he was 16 years old. 2 packs a day, sometimes 3. The walls in his bedroom were this gross yellowish color from all the tar. There were little burn holes in all his blankets and curtains from where he'd fallen asleep with cigarettes still lit. Mom was always finding those little burn marks and screaming at him about it. I remember how his clothes always reeked, how our whole house had this layer of stink that visitors would notice, but we'd gotten used to. I used to be so embarrassed when friends came over. They'd wrinkle their noses when they walked in, and I'd have to make up excuses. Oh, sorry, Dad's just having his after-dinner smoke. But it wasn't just after dinner. It was all the time. We weren't close, me and Dad. That's probably important context for what's happening now. We pretty much hated each other, to be honest. I was the disappointment, the artsy daughter who didn't want to follow in his footsteps at the construction company. He was the asshole father who couldn't understand why I'd want to waste my life drawing pictures. We fought constantly. The last conversation we had before he died was an argument about me moving out. He told me I'd fail on my own, that I'd come crawling back. I told him I couldn't wait to never smell his disgusting cigarettes again. Then he died. Just like that. And I felt nothing. Well, that's not entirely true. I felt relief. Is that awful? Probably. But it's the truth. Mom decided to keep his ashes. She put them in this really tacky brass urn that sits on the mantel now. I thought it was weird, but whatever. It wasn't my decision. She's the one who actually loved him despite everything. I stayed home to help her sort through his stuff and get the house ready to sell. That's when things started getting weird. It was about 3 weeks after the funeral. I was in my bedroom working on some sketches for a client. It was maybe 11 at night, and suddenly I smelled cigarette smoke. Not just a faint whiff. I mean the overwhelming stench of a freshly lit Marlboro, the kind of smell that makes your eyes water if you're not used to it. My first thought was that Mom had started smoking, which would have been insane because she always hated Dad's habit. But grief makes people do weird things, right? So I got up and walked to her room, but her light was off. She was fast asleep. I checked the rest of the house. No one was there. No cigarette butts, no open windows, nothing. I figured maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe one of the neighbors was smoking outside, and somehow the smell was getting in through my window, except my window was closed. And it was the middle of winter in Pinewood. Nobody stands outside smoking when it's 15 degrees out. The next night, same thing happened, only this time it was stronger. So strong, I had to pinch my nose shut and breathe through my mouth. I got up again, searched the house, found nothing. This time I even checked outside, thinking maybe some teenagers were hanging out nearby. Nothing, just empty streets and dark houses. It kept happening, night after night, always starting around 11 or midnight, always strongest in my room, which is right next to what used to be Dad's room. The smell would get so intense I couldn't sleep. I'd have to close my bedroom door, and somehow that seemed to contain it. Like whatever was causing the smell couldn't follow me when I shut the door. After a week of this, I broke down and asked Mom if she smelled anything weird in the house. She looked at me like I was crazy. "What do you mean, weird?" she asked. "Like cigarette smoke," I said. "Really strong cigarette smoke." Her face did this thing where it got all soft and misty. "Oh, Emily," she said, "that's just your father visiting." I nearly threw up. "What?" "Sometimes spirits let us know they're around by using familiar smells," she explained, like this was the most normal thing in the world. "Your father's probably checking in on us." I didn't know what to say to that. Mom's not normally into all that supernatural stuff, but apparently grief has made her believe in ghosts, or maybe she's just desperate to think Dad's still around somehow. But here's the thing, I don't want him visiting. We hated each other when he was alive. Why would I want his ghost hanging around now? And if it really is him, why is he only bothering me? Mom never smells anything. She says the house smells cleaner than it has in 20 years. Last night was the worst yet. I was trying to sleep and the smell started up as usual, but this time it felt different, more intentional. I know that sounds crazy, but it was like the smoke was gathering right above my bed. I could almost see it, this hazy cloud hovering over me. I pulled the covers over my head like a little kid afraid of monsters, but the smell just seeped through the blanket. I finally couldn't take it anymore. I sat up and said out loud, "Dad, if that's you, knock it off. You're being an asshole." I felt stupid talking to empty air, but I was desperate. The smell vanished instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. The air in my room was suddenly clean. I sat there for a minute, heart pounding, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. Then my bedroom door slammed shut. I didn't sleep at all after that. I just sat there, back against the headboard, light on, staring at the door, The smell didn't come back, but I kept feeling like something was watching me. This morning, I mentioned the door slamming to Mom over coffee. She got that misty look again and said, "He's just letting you know he heard you." "Mom, this isn't comforting," I told her. "If it is Dad, then he's still being the same jerk he always was. Why would he haunt me and not you? You're the one who actually misses him." She shrugged. "Maybe he has unfinished business with you. You two never resolved your issues." That's an understatement. But still, unfinished business? Like what? Making my life miserable from beyond the grave? The more I think about it, the more I wonder if she's right about one thing. Maybe it is Dad. He was always into weird paranormal stuff. Used to watch those ghost hunting shows and all those monster movies. He had books about hauntings and the afterlife. I used to think it was just another way for him to annoy Mom, who hated that nonsense. But maybe he actually believed in it all. What if he's using what he learned from all those shows and books to mess with me now? What if he knew exactly how to come back and torment me? I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone else told me this story, I'd think they were either making it up or needed serious psychological help. But I swear every word is true. The cigarette smell is real. The door slamming was real. And the feeling of being watched is definitely real. I'm writing this during my lunch break at work. I don't want to go home tonight. I'm afraid of what might happen next. Will it just be more of the same, or will things escalate? Is he going to start moving other things around, make noises, actually appear? The worst part is I can't move out yet. I don't have enough saved up. I'm stuck in that house with Mom and whatever Dad has become. I've thought about getting rid of the ashes, but Mom would never allow it. She treats that tacky urn like it's some kind of shrine, puts fresh flowers next to it every few days, talks to it sometimes when she thinks I'm not listening. I'm going to try something tonight. I'm going to set up my phone to record my room while I sleep. Maybe I'll catch something, though I'm not sure if smoke shows up on video. I'm also going to try talking to him again. Maybe if I apologize for the things I said, he'll leave me alone. Though honestly, he's the one who should be apologizing. He was a terrible father, but I guess when you're dead, you get to skip saying sorry. It's almost 5 now. Sun's going down soon. In a few hours, I'll be back in that house, waiting for the smell to start up again, waiting to see if the door will slam or if something worse will happen. I'll update if anything changes or if I catch anything on video. If anyone has dealt with something similar, please let me know. I don't know how much more of this I can take. My hands are shaking just writing this. I keep thinking I'm catching whiffs of cigarette smoke even here at work, but that's impossible. Unless he can follow me now. Story 17. I still can't explain what happened that night in January 3 years ago. I've tried to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks, but deep down, I know better. My cat knew better too. I live in a small town about 20 minutes outside Glasgow. It's usually quiet here. One of those places where everyone knows each other's business and nothing much happens. I'd moved into my flat about 6 months before the incident. A modest 2-bedroom on the 3rd floor of a converted old building. The building itself is nothing special. Just 4 floors with a small communal rooftop area where residents occasionally go to smoke or get some fresh air. That January was particularly brutal. Freezing temperatures, constant drizzle, and those long Scottish winter nights that seem to stretch on forever. I work from home as a graphic designer, which means I keep odd hours. I've always been a night owl, so being awake at ungodly hours isn't unusual for me. My cat, Milo, is this scruffy tabby I rescued when he was just a kitten. He's normally pretty chill, not much bothers him. He's got this habit of lounging on the windowsill in my bedroom, staring out at the street below, totally content to watch the world go by. It was around 2:30 in the morning when it happened. I remember checking the time on my phone because I was thinking about heading to bed soon. I was just finishing up some work on my laptop in the living room with only a small lamp on. Milo was doing his usual windowsill thing in the bedroom. The first time I heard it, I thought it might be a train in the distance. There's a railway line about a mile away, though we don't usually hear the trains unless it's dead quiet. But this wasn't a normal train sound. It was a metallic screech that turned into something like a roar. It's hard to describe, like metal being twisted and torn, but also somehow alive. It was distant enough that I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Then Milo darted into the living room, back arched, fur standing on end. His ears were flattened against his head, and he was staring intently at the bedroom window he'd just been peacefully sitting by. That's when I knew I hadn't imagined the sound. "What's wrong, buddy?" I asked him, but he just gave me this look that sent chills down my spine. I've never seen him look so alert, so afraid. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just some weird industrial noise from one of the factories further out of town. Glasgow isn't far, after all. But something felt off. The sound didn't seem to come from the ground. It felt like it came from above. I went to the bedroom, Milo following cautiously behind me. I noticed he wouldn't go near the window anymore. Instead, he sat in the doorway, watching me as I approached it. I pulled back the curtain and peered out. The street was empty, lit only by a few street lamps. The night was clear, stars visible above the rooftops. Nothing seemed out of place. I opened the window slightly to listen better. The cold air rushed in immediately, making me shiver. For about 30 seconds, there was nothing but the normal nighttime sounds. Distant traffic, the hum of the heating system in the building, the wind. Then I heard it again. This time it was clearer, a metallic screech that sent vibrations through my chest, followed by a deep, rumbling roar that didn't sound like any animal I've ever heard. It was closer now, maybe just a few streets away. The sound lasted for maybe 5 seconds before fading. I slammed the window shut and turned around to find Milo had retreated under my bed. Only his eyes were visible in the darkness beneath the frame, wide and reflecting the light from the hallway. "It's okay," I said, trying to convince myself more than him. "Probably just some machinery." But my heart was racing. What kind of machinery makes that kind of sound in a residential area at 2:30 in the morning? I tried to distract myself, going back to my laptop to finish up work, but I couldn't focus. The sound had gotten under my skin somehow. After about 20 minutes of staring blankly at my screen, I decided I needed a cigarette to calm my nerves. I grabbed my pack, lighter, and phone from the coffee table. Milo was now in the living room, sitting tensely on the back of the sofa, staring at the ceiling. I tried to pet him as I passed, but he flinched away, something he'd never done before. Our building has a small rooftop area, accessed through a door on the 4th floor. It's nothing fancy, just a flat section with a waist-high wall around the perimeter and a couple of plastic chairs someone brought up ages ago. Most residents use it for smoking or sometimes having a drink on summer evenings. I took the stairs up, my footsteps echoing in the stairwell. The building was completely silent. Everyone else was asleep, as normal people should be at that hour. I pushed open the heavy door to the roof, wincing at the loud creak it made. The night air hit me immediately, biting cold and damp. I pulled my cardigan tighter around me and stepped out onto the roof. The town spread out below me, mostly dark except for streetlights and the occasional lit window. In the distance, I could see the faint glow of Glasgow. I lit my cigarette, cupping my hand around the flame to protect it from the slight breeze. The familiar ritual calmed me a bit, and I started to feel silly about being so spooked by a strange noise. I walked to the edge of the roof and leaned against the wall, looking out at the sleeping town. That's when I heard it again. The screech came first, that horrible, grinding, metallic sound that seemed to tear through the air itself. But this time it was loud. So loud I dropped my cigarette and covered my ears. It was close, maybe just a street or two away. Then came the roar, deep and resonant, vibrating through the rooftop beneath my feet. It didn't sound mechanical anymore. It sounded hungry, and then I heard something that turned my blood to ice. The heavy, rhythmic sound of wings. Massive wings beating the air, somewhere in the darkness above me. I couldn't see anything when I looked up, just the night sky. But the sound was unmistakable. Something huge was circling above, something that made that terrible screeching roar, something that had no business being in the sky above a small Scottish town. I don't remember deciding to run. One moment I was frozen in terror, and the next I was scrambling for the door, nearly falling in my panic. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the handle, but I managed to wrench it open and practically fell through into the stairwell. I slammed the door behind me and leaned against it, breathing hard, my heart hammering against my ribs. Part of me expected the door to burst open, for something monstrous to tear through and find me. But nothing happened, just silence. I took the stairs down to my flat 2 at a time, constantly looking over my shoulder. I fumbled with my keys at my door, dropped them once, then finally got inside. I locked the door, then checked all the windows were shut and locked too. I even pulled all the curtains closed. Milo was hiding under my duvet in the bedroom. I could see the lump he made in the middle of the bed, completely still. When I tried to coax him out, he just burrowed deeper. "I don't blame you, buddy," I whispered, my voice shaking. I sat on the edge of the bed, phone in hand, wondering who I could possibly call at 3 in the morning about, what, a weird noise? The sound of wings that were too big to belong to any bird? I'd sound insane. I ended up messaging my friend Ellie, who's always up late. I tried to explain what happened, trying not to sound as terrified as I felt. Her response was just, "LOL. What have you been smoking?" I didn't bother trying to convince her. I just put my phone down and sat there in the silence, straining to hear any sign of that thing outside. Nothing came. The rest of the night passed in tense silence. I didn't sleep at all, just sat on my bed with Milo still hiding under the covers, jumping at every small sound from the building. When dawn finally broke, I felt ridiculous. In the grey morning light, the whole experience seemed like a bad dream or an overactive imagination. But Milo stayed hidden until almost noon, which wasn't like him at all. The days that followed were normal. No more strange sounds, no mysterious flying creatures. I tried to convince myself it had been my mind playing tricks, maybe combined with some unusual noise from the nearby industrial area. But whenever I thought about the sound of those wings beating above me, that cold terror would wash over me again. I couldn't sleep properly for months afterward. I'd jolt awake at the slightest sound, convinced I was hearing that metallic screech again. I never went up to the roof alone at night again. I even considered moving, but eventually the memory faded enough that I could convince myself it was nothing. It's been 3 years now, and I've never heard that sound again. Milo eventually went back to his windowsill perch, though sometimes he still stares at the ceiling with unusual intensity, as if listening for something. I've searched online for similar experiences, looked up local folklore, even checked if there were any reports of strange noises in the area that night. Nothing. Sometimes I wonder if I hallucinated the whole thing, but then I remember how Milo reacted. Whatever I heard, he heard it too. I still don't know what made that sound, what could possibly have been flying above my building that January night. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering if it's still out there somewhere, circling in the darkness, making that terrible metallic cry. And I wonder if someday it might come back. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts or psychic stuff before this happened. It's weird how one experience can completely change your outlook on life. This is still hard to talk about, but I need to get it off my chest. I met Steve on New Year's Eve 2011 in Lake Worth. We were at this lakeside party with fireworks and all that usual New Year's stuff. He spilled his drink on my shoes, apologized a million times, and somehow that turned into us talking all night. He was funny and sweet, not the type who comes on too strong. We exchanged numbers and started dating a few weeks later. Things were going really well between us. Steve lived in this old apartment building about 20 minutes from my place. It used to be a duplex, but had been converted into 4 separate units sometime in the 90s. It wasn't fancy, just your basic 1-bedroom with outdated carpet and those cheap mini blinds that always get bent. But it was clean, and he kept it nice. After about 2 months of dating, I started staying over at his place a couple nights a week. That's when the nightmares began. I've never been prone to bad dreams. Even during finals week in college, when I was stressed out of my mind, I slept like a rock. But something about Steve's apartment triggered the most horrific night terrors I've ever experienced. The first time it happened, I dreamt I was being chased through the apartment by someone I couldn't see. I could hear heavy breathing behind me and felt hands grabbing at my clothes. I woke up gasping for air, my t-shirt soaked with sweat. Steve woke up too and asked if I was okay. I told him it was just a bad dream and tried to shake it off. But it happened again the next time I stayed over. This time, the dream was more vivid. I was trapped in the bedroom, and there was blood everywhere, on the walls, the ceiling, pooling on the floor. I could hear a woman screaming, begging for help. The worst part was, I couldn't move to help her or escape. I just had to stand there and listen. When I woke up, I was crying. Steve was already awake, looking concerned. He said I'd been whimpering in my sleep for almost an hour. He made me some tea, and we sat on his couch watching infomercials until I calmed down enough to go back to sleep. This pattern continued for weeks. Every time I stayed at Steve's, I'd have these incredibly violent dreams. They became more detailed and disturbing each time. Blood was always a major feature. Sometimes I was covered in it. Sometimes I was watching someone else bleed out. I started feeling anxious every time we decided to spend the night at his place instead of mine. Steve was understanding, but I could tell he was worried. Neither of us could figure out why this was happening. I wasn't under any unusual stress. My job as a graphic designer was going well, my classes were manageable, and our relationship was honestly the best I'd ever had. One night in April, after a particularly bad nightmare where I dreamt of a woman being dragged across the living room floor while screaming for help, Steve took me to this 24-hour diner we liked. It was around 3 in the morning, and the place was nearly empty except for a couple of truckers and a group of drunk college kids. We sat in a booth near the back, and I just stared at my coffee, trying to make sense of what was happening to me. Steve reached across the table and took my hand. "Maybe you should talk to someone," he suggested gently, "like a therapist or something." I nodded, but deep down I knew this wasn't a mental health issue. Something about that apartment was triggering these dreams. I couldn't explain it, but I felt it in my gut. "There's something wrong with your apartment," I said quietly. "I know that sounds crazy, but every time I sleep there, I feel like something terrible happened there." Steve didn't laugh or dismiss me. He just squeezed my hand tighter. "I've lived there for 3 years and never felt anything weird, but I believe you're experiencing something real." When we got back to his place, I couldn't bring myself to go back to sleep. I sat on the couch while Steve dozed off beside me. As the sun came up, I finally felt tired enough to try sleeping again. I crawled back into bed next to Steve and closed my eyes. That's when it happened. I didn't fall asleep, but I wasn't fully awake either. I was in this weird in-between state when I felt the mattress sink slightly at the foot of the bed. I opened my eyes and saw a man sitting there with his head in his hands. He was middle-aged, maybe in his 40s, with thinning brown hair. He was wearing a plain white t-shirt and jeans. When he looked up at me, I was struck by his eyes. They were the most piercing blue I'd ever seen. Not a warm blue, but cold like ice. His expression wasn't threatening. He looked sad, maybe even remorseful, but there was something deeply unsettling about him. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I just stared at him, and he stared back at me. Then he slowly shook his head as if to say, "I'm sorry," and faded away. The moment he disappeared, I knew with absolute certainty that this man had done something horrible in this apartment. I could feel it in my bones. The nightmares, the sense of dread. It all made sense now. I was somehow picking up on something that had happened here years ago. I nudged Steve awake and told him what I'd seen. He looked concerned, but tried to rationalize it as a hypnagogic hallucination. Those weird visions people sometimes get when they're falling asleep. I let him think that, but I knew better. Later that day, I was sitting in my human development class, but I couldn't focus. The blue-eyed man's face kept flashing in my mind. After class, I went to the computer lab, opened up Google and typed in "Rape Murder Lake Worth Apartment." My hands were shaking as I hit enter. I wasn't even sure why I typed those specific words. They just came to me. The first search result made my blood run cold. It was a news article from a local paper about a cold case that had recently been solved. I clicked on it and started reading. In 1983, a 26-year-old waitress named Karen Mitchell had been attacked outside her Lake Worth apartment. The attacker had dragged her inside, sexually assaulted her, and then murdered her. According to neighbors, they heard screams, but didn't call the police because domestic disputes were common in the building. The case had gone unsolved for decades until earlier that year, 2011, when a man named Robert Denton confessed to the crime while serving time for an unrelated offense. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst out of my chest. I scrolled down the article, looking for the address. When I found it, I had to read it 3 times to make sure I wasn't mistaken. It was Steve's exact address. I felt like I was going to throw up. I ran to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, trying to process what I'd just discovered. When I went back to the computer, I searched for more information about Robert Denton. There was a mugshot. It was him, the same man I'd seen sitting at the foot of the bed, those same piercing blue eyes, the same thinning brown hair. There was no doubt in my mind. I printed the article and drove straight to Steve's apartment. When I got there, he was fixing something in the kitchen. I wordlessly handed him the printout and watched his face as he read it. "Holy shit," he whispered, sinking into a chair. This happened here?" I nodded, then told him about my Google search and how the man in the mugshot was exactly the man I had seen that morning. "Sarah, this is freaking me out," Steve said, running his hands through his hair. "How could you have known what he looked like? You couldn't have." That's what I was trying to figure out too. I'd never heard of this case before. I had no way of knowing what Robert Denton looked like. Yet I had seen him clear as day, sitting on the bed looking remorseful. We spent the rest of the day researching the case. Karen Mitchell had lived in what was then the lower unit of the duplex. After her murder, the building had remained vacant for several years before being renovated and split into 4 apartments. Steve's bedroom was in what would have been Karen's living room. That night, we stayed at my place. I didn't have any nightmares. The next day, we went back to his apartment to get some of his things. He had decided to stay with me for a while until we figured out what to do. As soon as I walked in, I felt a heaviness in the air that I hadn't noticed before. It was like the walls themselves were saturated with sadness. While Steve was packing some clothes, I stood in the living room and closed my eyes. I don't know why I did this. It was just an impulse. Almost immediately, I could hear faint sounds. A woman's frightened breathing, footsteps, a door being forced open. When I opened my eyes, the sound stopped. We left quickly after that. Steve broke his lease the following month and moved into a new place across town. I never experienced anything like that again, and my nightmares stopped completely. I still don't know how to explain what happened. Was I somehow tuning into residual energy from that horrible event? Did Karen Mitchell's spirit somehow reach out to me? Or was Robert Denton's remorse so powerful that it manifested in that space decades later? What scares me the most isn't the possibility of ghosts or psychic abilities. It's the idea that places can absorb the terrible things that happen in them, that trauma can linger in walls and floors long after the people involved are gone. How many of us are living in spaces where something awful once occurred, unknowingly affected by histories we never knew existed? I don't stay in Steve's new apartment very often, not because I'm afraid of having more visions, but because I can't shake the feeling that some places are marked by the events that happened there. And once you become sensitive to that marking, you start to feel it everywhere. Sometimes I wonder if Robert Denton appeared to me because he wanted someone to know he was sorry, or maybe Karen Mitchell somehow found a way to make her story known. I'll never know for sure. All I know is that for a brief moment, I glimpsed something beyond normal understanding, and it changed me forever. Story 19. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night at Pinecrest. It's been almost 2 years now, but I can remember every detail like it was yesterday. I've never really told the full story to anyone except Maya and Diego, who were there with me, but I need to get this off my chest. It was the last week of junior year, and our school was holding this end-of-year slumber party thing. The teachers thought it would be a fun way to celebrate before summer break. Most of the class was excited about it, staying overnight at school, watching movies, eating junk food, pretty typical stuff. The three of us, Maya, Diego, and me, Javier, we've been friends since elementary school. We're the kind of friends who always get into trouble together. But nothing serious, you know, just normal teenage stuff like sneaking out to get snacks from the convenience store or staying up too late playing video games. That night started out normal enough. The teachers had set up sleeping bags in the gym, and we had pizza and watched some lame comedy movie that the principal picked out. By midnight, most people were either asleep or quietly talking in their sleeping bags. Our history teacher, Mr. Peterson, was supposed to be supervising, but he'd fallen asleep in a chair by the door, snoring with his head tilted back. I remember looking at Maya and Diego and feeling that familiar itch for adventure. Maya was the first to suggest it. "Hey, we should go check out the old science building," she whispered, her eyes bright with excitement even in the dim light of the gym. The science building was this older part of campus that was mostly unused now, except for storage. It was separated from the main building by this small stretch of land that bordered the old town cemetery. During the day, it was nothing special, just an old brick building with dusty windows, but at night, it looked like something out of a horror movie. "Are you serious?" Diego asked, but I could tell he was intrigued. "Peterson will kill us if he catches us." I glanced over at Mr. Peterson, who was dead to the world. Look at him, he's not waking up anytime soon. It didn't take much convincing after that. We waited until we were sure everyone else was asleep, then quietly slipped out of our sleeping bags. Maya led the way, using her phone flashlight to guide us through the dark gym and out the side door that we knew was always left unlocked for emergencies. The night was warm. It was early June in Florida, after all, but there was this weird breeze that kept giving me goosebumps. The moonlight cast these long shadows across the campus lawn as we made our way toward the science building. The cemetery was visible just beyond the chain-link fence that marked the edge of school property, rows of headstones looking grey and ghostly in the moonlight. "This is such a bad idea," Diego muttered, but he was still following us. When we reached the science building, I checked my phone. It was 1:30 in the morning. We tried the main door and to our surprise, it wasn't locked. Maya pushed it open and it made this long, drawn-out creak that seemed to echo forever. The moment we stepped inside, something felt wrong. I can't explain it exactly, but it was like walking into a cloud of bad energy. The air felt heavy, almost thick, and there was this smell, like old books and something else I couldn't place. Something unpleasant. "Does it feel weird in here to you guys?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Maya nodded slowly, her phone flashlight bouncing off the walls of the empty hallway. "Yeah, but that's what makes it fun, right? We made our way down the main corridor, past old classrooms with their doors hanging open. Our footsteps echoed on the linoleum floor, and every little sound seemed amplified. Diego was taking pictures with his phone, the flash momentarily lighting up the darkness around us. We'd been exploring for maybe 10 minutes when the temperature dropped, and I don't mean like a slight chill. I mean it went from summer night warm to freezing cold in seconds. I could see my breath in front of my face. "What the hell?" Diego whispered, rubbing his arms. "Is the AC still hooked up in this place?" "No way," Maya said, her voice suddenly small. "This building's been shut down for years." That's when we heard it, a voice, distant at first, like someone talking in another room. We couldn't make out words, just the rhythm of speech. Then it stopped, and for a few seconds there was complete silence. The scream that followed was the worst sound I've ever heard in my life. It was clearly female, high-pitched and full of pain or terror or both. It wasn't like a scream from a movie or someone playing a prank. It was raw and real and horrifying. We all froze. Maya's phone slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor, the light spinning wildly before settling on a spot on the ceiling. "What the fuck was that?" Diego hissed, his face pale in the glow of the phone light. Before either of us could answer, we heard footsteps, fast ones, like someone or something was running, and they were coming toward us from the dark end of the hallway. I don't remember which one of us said to run. Maybe all of us did, but suddenly we were bolting back the way we came, stumbling over each other in the dark. Maya had snatched her phone from the floor, but she wasn't using it as a flashlight anymore. She was just clutching it as she ran. The footsteps behind us got louder, faster. I swear I could feel something right behind me, like hot breath on the back of my neck. The cold air seemed to be chasing us, wrapping around our ankles as we ran. We burst through the front doors and kept running across the campus lawn. I didn't look back until we reached the main building. When I did, I saw nothing behind us, just the dark shape of the science building against the night sky. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. We slipped back into the gym, hearts pounding, trying to catch our breath without making noise. Mr. Peterson was still asleep in his chair, completely unaware that we'd been gone. "What the hell was that?" Diego whispered once we were back in our sleeping bags, huddled close together. "I don't know," Maya said, her voice shaking. "But did you guys feel like something was chasing us?" I nodded, unable to put into words the absolute terror I'd felt. "We should try to sleep," I finally said, though I knew none of us would. The next morning, Ms. Reyes, our Spanish teacher, noticed how tired and jumpy we were at breakfast. She pulled us aside and asked if everything was okay. "We heard a scream last night," Maya blurted out before I could stop her, "from the old science building." Ms. Reyes frowned. "What were you doing near the science building?" We admitted to sneaking out, expecting to get in trouble, but Ms. Reyes seemed more concerned than angry. "No one else heard anything," she said slowly, "and that building has been empty for years. She made us promise not to go back there and said she wouldn't report us this time. We agreed quickly, none of us having any desire to return to that place." The rest of the day was weird. The three of us were exhausted, jumping at every little sound. But things got really bad that evening when Diego texted me saying he didn't feel well. I went to his house after dinner. His mom let me in, looking worried. She said Diego had been feeling sick all day and had a fever. When I got to his room, he was lying in bed, pale and sweaty. "Javi," he said, his voice weak. "Look at this." He lifted his t-shirt, and I felt my blood run cold. There were these long red marks across his stomach and chest, like scratches or claw marks. They weren't deep, but they definitely hadn't been there the night before. "What happened?" I asked, feeling sick to my stomach. "I don't know," Diego said. "They showed up this morning. They burn like crazy." I called Maya, and she came over right away. When she saw the marks, she started crying. "This is my fault," she kept saying. "I'm the one who wanted to explore that stupid building." Diego's mom took him to the doctor the next day. They gave him antibiotics for the scratches, which had somehow gotten infected, and some medication for his fever. The doctor asked how he got the marks, and Diego lied, saying he must have scratched himself in his sleep, but he kept getting worse. The fever wouldn't break, and the scratches weren't healing right. After 3 days, his parents took him to the hospital. He ended up staying there for almost a week. The doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. They ran all kinds of tests, but everything came back normal, except for these weird elevated levels in his blood that they couldn't explain. Maya and I visited him every day. We never talked about what happened in front of his parents or the doctors, but when we were alone, it was all we could think about. "Do you think whatever was in that building did this to him?" Maya asked me one day as we were walking home from the hospital. I didn't want to believe it, but what other explanation was there? "I think something followed us out," I said finally, "and it attached itself to Diego somehow. Whatever it was, it eventually let go." Diego started getting better after they brought in this doctor who specialized in tropical diseases. He said Diego might have been exposed to some rare fungus or bacteria in the old building, something that had been growing there undisturbed for years. He prescribed some different medications, and within days, Diego was improving. But I don't believe the doctor's explanation. Neither does Maya, and Diego definitely doesn't. The night before he was released from the hospital, he told us he'd been having these dreams, nightmares really, about a woman in an old-fashioned dress standing at the foot of his bed, just watching him. Sometimes she'd lean down close to his face, and he'd smell that same weird smell from the science building. We never went back to that building. We didn't even talk about it much after Diego got better. It was like we all silently agreed to try to forget it happened. But sometimes when we're hanging out and there's a lull in the conversation, I can tell we're all thinking about it. I did some research a few months later and found out that the science building had been built in the 1940s, and before it was part of the school, it had been used as a temporary morgue during a flu epidemic. The property bordered the cemetery because it had been convenient for transferring bodies. I don't know if what we encountered was a ghost or something else. I don't know why it seemed to target Diego specifically. All I know is that something was in that building that night, something that shouldn't have been there. And sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep, I swear I can hear that scream again, distant but clear, like it's echoing across time itself. Diego still has the scars on his chest and stomach. They're faded now, but visible if you know what you're looking for. He says sometimes they burn or itch for no reason, especially at night. And none of us have been to a slumber party since. Story 20. I've always been into paranormal stuff, but I never expected to experience something that would leave me questioning reality. It's been over 20 years now, but what happened to me at the Jefferson Hotel still gives me chills whenever I think about it. It was back in 2001, during that weird period after 9/11, when everything felt off-kilter. I was browsing online for a weekend getaway, something with a spooky history, because I've always been fascinated by ghost stories. I stumbled across the Jefferson Hotel in Jefferson, Texas. It wasn't as well known as other haunted hotels, but a few forum posts mentioned room 19 being uninhabitable due to paranormal activity. That word, uninhabitable, stuck with me. What made it uninhabitable? Was it just marketing hype, or was there something real behind it? I needed to know, so I called the hotel, half expecting them to confirm the rumors or tell me the room was permanently closed. Jefferson Hotel, how may I help you? The receptionist sounded bored. Hi, I was looking at your website and read something about room 19 being haunted. Is that true? She laughed. Oh, those ghost stories. We get asked that all the time. Room 19 is one of our most requested rooms because of those rumors. So you rent it out regularly? I asked, surprised. Of course. Would you like to book it? I hesitated for only a second. Yes, for this weekend. Just one night. After hanging up, I felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Part of me was disappointed they rented it out regularly. It probably meant nothing unusual actually happened there. But another part hoped I'd experience something, anything, to validate my interest in the paranormal. I arrived at the Jefferson Hotel around 3 in the afternoon that Saturday. The building itself was beautiful, an old Victorian-style hotel with ornate woodwork and that distinct smell old buildings have, like aged paper and wood polish. The lobby was quiet, with antique furniture that looked like it belonged in a museum. The clerk at the front desk was a middle-aged woman with glasses hanging from a chain around her neck. When I mentioned I was staying in room 19, her expression didn't change at all. She just handed me an actual metal key, not a key card, and directed me to the stairs. "Second floor, end of the hall," she said. Room 19 looked completely normal when I first walked in. It was furnished with antique-style pieces, a 4-poster bed, a heavy wooden dresser, a small writing desk in the corner. There was only one window, positioned across from the bed, with heavy curtains that were currently open. Through the window, I could see a bust of Thomas Jefferson in the courtyard below. The only thing that struck me as unusual was a faint smell, like old-fashioned perfume, musky and floral. It wasn't overwhelming, just a subtle scent that seemed to hover in the air. I figured it was just the hotel's attempt at ambiance. Being a paranormal enthusiast, I'd brought some basic equipment, an EVP recorder, a digital camera, and a small notebook. I placed the recorder on the nightstand and pressed record, hoping to catch something while I was gone. Then I headed out to explore the town. Jefferson is one of those picture-perfect small towns that looks frozen in time. I spent a few hours wandering through antique shops and grabbing dinner at a local restaurant. The whole time, I couldn't stop thinking about room 19 and what might be waiting for me when I returned. I got back to the hotel around 7 in the evening. The sun was setting, casting long shadows through the hallways. When I entered my room, everything seemed exactly as I'd left it. I turned off the recorder, figuring I'd listen to it later. The room felt a bit colder than before, but old buildings often have temperature fluctuations, so I didn't think much of it. I settled on the bed and turned on the TV, flipping through channels mindlessly. It was just starting to get dark outside, and I could still make out the Jefferson bust through the window. Something about it was oddly comforting, like having a silent companion keeping watch. After watching TV for about 15 minutes, something made me look back toward the window. I'm not sure what drew my attention. Maybe a movement in my peripheral vision, or just that feeling you get when something's not right. That's when I noticed a red smudge on the glass. At first I thought it might be a reflection from something in the room, but when I got up to check, I realized it was actually on the glass itself. It looked like a streak of some red, greasy substance, like lipstick or rouge. My first thought was that it was vandalism from a previous guest. But as I got closer to the window, I saw another streak, and another. My heart started beating faster as I realized they weren't random marks. They were forming letters. I backed up a few steps to take in the full window. There, written across the glass in what looked like red lipstick or some similar substance, were the words, "Help me." My stomach dropped. I'm not ashamed to admit that I nearly pissed myself right there, because I absolutely knew, that writing hadn't been there 15 minutes earlier when I was looking at the Jefferson bust. I'd been staring right through that window, and there had been nothing on the glass. I collapsed back onto the bed, my legs suddenly too weak to hold me up. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I just hadn't noticed it before. But that was impossible. The red writing was too bright, too obvious to miss, and I'd specifically been looking through that window. The writing itself was troubling, jagged and desperate, like someone had written it in a panic. The substance was thick and slightly drippy, with a waxy quality that caught the light from the lamp. I grabbed my phone to take pictures, trying to keep my hands steady. Then I did what any rational person would do. I called the front desk. No answer. I tried again. Still nothing. It was only around 7:30 in the evening, Surely someone should be at the desk. I considered going downstairs but found myself reluctant to leave the room. What if something happened while I was gone? What if the writing disappeared and no one believed me? So I stayed put, taking more photos and jotting down notes about what I was experiencing. The air in the room felt heavier somehow, like the oxygen had become thicker and harder to breathe. That faint perfume smell had intensified, and now there was another scent mingling with it, something metallic, like copper or blood. I tried to distract myself with TV again, but I couldn't focus. My eyes kept drifting back to that message on the window. Help me! The more I stared at it, the more convinced I became that it hadn't been written from inside the room. The strokes were reversed, as if someone had written it from the outside, but that was impossible. The window faced a 3-story drop to the courtyard below. Around 9 o'clock, I heard footsteps in the hallway. I rushed to the door and peered out, hoping to catch another guest or hotel staff, but the hallway was empty. When I turned back to the room, the TV had switched to static. I tried changing the channel, but every station showed the same white noise. Then, without warning, the TV shut off completely. I tried the power button, but it wouldn't turn back on. The room had grown significantly colder. I could see my breath fogging in front of me, even though it was a mild October evening. The air conditioner wasn't running. In fact, I'd turned it off earlier because the room was already cool enough. I wrapped myself in the bedspread and sat with my back against the headboard, facing the window. The writing seemed to glisten now, the red substance looking wet and fresh. I couldn't look away from it. Around midnight, exhaustion began to override my fear. I hadn't slept well the night before due to excitement about the trip, and the adrenaline crash was hitting me hard. Despite my best efforts to stay awake, I found myself nodding off. I woke with a jolt at exactly 3:17 a.m., according to the digital clock on the nightstand. The room was pitch black, not just dark, but a complete absence of light that seemed to swallow everything. Even the streetlights from outside weren't visible through the window, and the smell... God, the smell had changed completely. The perfume was gone, replaced by a putrid odor like rotting meat mixed with something chemical. I fumbled for the lamp switch and nearly screamed when it wouldn't turn on. In that moment of total darkness, I heard it. A soft, broken sobbing coming from the direction of the closet. It was unmistakably a woman, her cries filled with such profound sorrow that it made my chest ache. The closet door, which had been closed, now stood slightly ajar, a deeper darkness visible through the crack. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. I just sat there, paralyzed with fear, as the sobbing continued. It would fade away, then return louder, as if the woman was moving around the room. Several times, I felt a cold pressure on the bed beside me, like someone sitting down. The worst part was when the sobbing stopped abruptly, replaced by whispers too faint to make out. It felt like someone was standing right next to the bed, their lips inches from my ear, desperately trying to tell me something. I don't know how long I sat there in the darkness, but eventually I must have passed out from sheer terror or exhaustion. When I opened my eyes again, sunlight was streaming through the window. The writing was still there, but now it looked dried and crusty, like old blood. I packed my stuff faster than I ever have in my life. I didn't even bother showering. I just wanted out of that room. When I went downstairs, there was no one at the front desk. I waited around for about 10 minutes, then left the key with a note explaining what happened with the window. I drove home in a daze, questioning everything I'd experienced. Had it been real? Was I losing my mind? The photos on my phone confirmed the writing was real, at least. On Monday, I called the hotel again, determined to get some answers. This time I got through to someone in housekeeping. Yes, I saw that message on the window, the woman said, sounding surprisingly calm about it. That's the strange thing. I was in that room right before you checked in. I raised the blinds and turned on the AC. There was no writing then. Did you clean it off? I asked. There was a pause. We tried, but it wouldn't come off with regular glass cleaner. It's the strangest thing. It's like it's etched into the glass somehow. We'll probably have to replace the whole window. After hanging up, I remembered the recorder I'd left running in the room. I'd been so freaked out by the writing that I hadn't even checked the recording. What I heard still haunts me to this day. There was about an hour of nothing but room noise, then the distinct sound of the closet door opening and closing over and over. Shuffling footsteps moved across the room. And then the sobbing. The same heartbreaking sobs I'd heard in the middle of the night, but clearer on the recording. It went on for several minutes, occasionally interrupted by what sounded like words, though I couldn't make them out. The most chilling part came at the end of the recording. The sobbing stopped, and after about 30 seconds of silence, a woman's voice, clear as day, whispered, "They won't let me leave." I've never gone back to the Jefferson Hotel. I don't know if room 19 is still available for guests or if they ever replaced that window. Sometimes I think about calling to find out, but I always change my mind. Some things are better left unknown. All I know is that someone, or something, in room 19 needed help, and I have no idea if they ever got it. Story 21. I've never really talked about this before, but I need to get it off my chest. I worked security at this hotel in Covina back in the mid-80s, from 85 to 87. 2.5 years of my life I spent there, and I still can't explain half the shit I saw. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or any of that crap, or at least I wasn't before I took that job. The place looked normal enough from the outside. It wasn't one of those creepy Victorian mansions you see in horror movies. Just a regular 3-story hotel built sometime in the 70s. Nothing special, but man, that place had something wrong with it. You could feel it the moment you walked in, especially at night. A heaviness in the air, like someone was always watching. My name's Michael Reeves, and I worked the night shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The pay was decent, and most nights were quiet. Walk the halls, check the doors, make sure nobody was causing trouble, simple stuff. But after a few weeks, I started noticing things that didn't add up. The first weird thing I noticed was the elevator near housekeeping in the northwest corner, that damn elevator. It was always freezing cold inside, even in the middle of summer when the AC was barely keeping up with the California heat everywhere else. And it smelled like perfume, not the cheap kind, but something old-fashioned like what my grandmother used to wear, floral, but with a hint of something I couldn't place. About 3 months into the job, one of the housekeepers, Maria, came up to me looking pale. She told me she'd seen a woman in a green dress get into that elevator on the ground floor. Maria was going to join her, but by the time she reached the elevator, the doors were closing. She caught the next one up, but when she got to the second floor, the woman was nowhere to be seen. The thing is, that elevator only went to the second and third floors, and Maria swore she didn't see the woman exit on the second floor. When she checked the surveillance monitor at the front desk, we had a basic security system back then, the woman never appeared on the third floor either. I would have written it off as Maria seeing things, but then it happened again and again. Over the course of my time there, 7 different employees reported seeing the same thing. A woman in a green dress entering that elevator and vanishing somewhere between the first and second floors. Always the same description: middle-aged, dark hair pulled back, emerald green dress that looked like something from the 50s or 60s. One night in the winter of '86, I decided to stake out that elevator. I stood around the corner where I could see the doors, and sure enough, around 2:15 a.m., the elevator doors opened with nobody having called it. I quickly looked inside and felt that intense cold I mentioned, way colder than it should have been. The perfume smell was overwhelming, and I swear to God, I saw a flash of green fabric disappearing into the back corner of the elevator. The doors closed before I could step inside, and when it opened again on the second floor, it was empty. The bar area was another hot spot. After closing at 2 a.m., I'd do a sweep to make sure everything was locked up tight. One night, this was maybe 6 months into the job, I was standing near the entrance to the bar, about 25 feet from the emergency exit door. That door had an alarm and a heavy push bar that made a distinctive sound when opened. As I'm standing there, writing in my log, I hear the push bar click and the door swings open. I look up expecting to see someone, but there's no one there. The door opens all the way, stays open for maybe 3 seconds, then slowly closes again. The alarm never went off. I immediately ran over and checked outside. Nothing. No one could have opened that door and disappeared that quickly. I checked the entire bar area, under tables, behind the counter, everywhere. Not a soul. Nothing missing, nothing disturbed. Just that door opening and closing on its own. After that, one of the bartenders, Dave, always asked me to walk him out after his shift. He was a big guy, former college football player, not the type to scare easily. But he told me he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched when he was closing up. Said he kept seeing movements in his peripheral vision, like shadows sliding along the walls. I never laughed at him, because by then I'd seen enough to know something wasn't right with that place. Then there was room 209. Management never told the guests, but someone had died in that bathroom. Heart attack, they said, but there were rumors it might have been suicide. Whatever happened, that room had problems. In the summer of '86, a businessman checked in for a 2-night stay. Around 1 a.m., he called the front desk in a panic, demanding a different room. When I went up to help move him, he was standing in the hallway with his luggage, refusing to go back inside. He told me the shower had turned on by itself 3 times after he'd shut it off. The first time, he thought maybe he hadn't turned it off properly. The second time, he made sure it was completely off. The third time, he was sitting on the bed watching TV when he heard the water start running again. When he went to check, he said the hot water was on full blast, steam filling the bathroom. That's when he grabbed his stuff and got out. A couple months later, a woman checked into the same room, booked for 3 nights. She only stayed 1. The next morning she checked out early, telling the receptionist she felt like someone was watching her while she was in the bathroom. She said she kept seeing movement reflected in the mirror out of the corner of her eye. But when she turned around, no one was there. The most violent incident happened in the back office where the night auditor worked. One night around 3 a.m., I got a panicked call on the radio from the new guy, Tim. He was practically hysterical, saying he'd heard a huge commotion in the office while he was in the bathroom. When I got there, all 6 of the office's potted plants had been thrown across the room. Soil everywhere, pots broken, plants torn apart. It looked like someone had gone on a rampage, but the office door had been locked, and Tim was the only one with a key. He quit the next day, wouldn't even come back to pick up his last paycheck, made them mail it to him. The footsteps were the most common thing. All of us who worked nights heard them. Footsteps walking down empty hallways, following you just out of sight, always stopping when you turned around. Sometimes they'd pace back and forth outside a specific room, usually 209, but occasionally others. One of the weirdest experiences I had was in the spring of '87, about 6 months before I finally quit. I was doing my usual rounds when I heard what sounded like a party coming from the conference room. This was around 3 a.m., and there wasn't supposed to be anyone in there. I could hear multiple voices, laughter, the clinking of glasses. It sounded like a good 20 or 30 people having a great time. I unlocked the door, thinking maybe some guests had broken in for an after-hours party. But when I opened it, the room was completely empty and silent. The chairs were all stacked against the wall where housekeeping had left them. No glasses, no people, nothing. But the second I closed the door, the sounds started again, muffled but clear enough to make out the general noise of a gathering. I opened the door again, silence and emptiness. Closed it. Party sounds resumed. I did this 4 or 5 times with the same result before giving up and continuing my rounds, the phantom party continuing behind me. The hotel manager knew about some of this stuff, but refused to acknowledge it publicly. When I asked him once if he'd ever experienced anything, he got real quiet, then told me about coming in early one morning and seeing a woman in a green dress walking into the elevator. He'd rushed to catch the same elevator, but when the doors opened, no one was inside. One of the cleaning staff, an older woman named Rosa, told me the hotel was built on land that used to be part of an old estate where a wealthy family had lived. According to her, the daughter of the family had killed herself after her father forbade her from marrying a man he didn't approve of. Rosa said the daughter had worn her green dress, her favorite, when she took her life. I don't know if any of that is true, but it would explain the woman in the elevator. The night that finally broke me happened in July of '87. I was doing my 3 a.m. rounds, checking the conference rooms and ballrooms in the West Wing. As I approached the smaller conference room, I heard crying coming from inside. Not just any crying, but the kind of heartbroken sobbing that makes your chest hurt just hearing it. It was a woman's voice, and between sobs, she kept saying what sounded like a name, though I couldn't make it out clearly. I called out, asking if anyone needed help, and the crying stopped immediately. When I opened the door, the room was empty, like I expected. But on one of the chairs in the middle of the room was a single long-stemmed rose with a green ribbon tied around it. I know that Rose wasn't there earlier because I'd checked that room at midnight and it had been completely empty. As I stood there staring at the rose, trying to make sense of it, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged in front of my face and I felt a hand on my shoulder. Not a tap or a grab, but the distinct feeling of a hand gently resting there, like someone was standing right behind me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then the hand was gone, and I heard a woman's voice whisper directly into my ear, "He's waiting for me." I ran out of that room and didn't stop until I reached the lobby. The night clerk asked if I was okay, said I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I laughed it off, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking for hours. I gave my 2 weeks' notice the next day. It's been over 30 years now, and I still think about that place. I've worked security at other buildings since then, some of them old, some with their own stories, but I've never experienced anything like what happened at that hotel in Covina. Sometimes I drive by the place when I'm in the area. It's changed ownership a few times, had renovations, but it's still standing. I wonder if the woman in the green dress still rides the elevator, if the shower in room 209 still turns on by itself, if guests still feel watched in the bathroom. I wonder if anyone has found out who she was waiting for. Story 22. I've been hesitating to share this for a long time, but I need to get it off my chest. I don't care if people think I'm crazy or making this up. I know what I saw, and it still gives me goosebumps every time I think about it. This happened when I was 3 years old. I remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday, which is weird because I can barely remember other stuff from when I was that age. My mom says that's because trauma and intense experiences get burned into your memory or something. It was a Tuesday evening in October. Mom had made mac and cheese for dinner, my favorite, and we were in the lounge room just hanging out before bedtime. My older sister Megan was on the floor playing with her dolls, and Mom was folding laundry on the couch. I was sitting on the floor next to the coffee table, coloring in my Disney princess coloring book. It was getting dark outside, and Mom had turned on the lamps in the living room, but hadn't yet closed the curtains on the big window that faced our enclosed patio. Our house in Oak Ridge was pretty normal, a single story with a front patio that was enclosed with screens. You had to walk through the patio to get to our front door. Mom always kept a couple of chairs out there, and sometimes we'd sit out there on nice evenings. I remember I was getting frustrated because I kept coloring outside the lines. I looked up from my coloring book, maybe to ask Mom for help, when I felt this weird sensation, like when you know someone's watching you. It's hard to explain, but even at 3, I felt it. I turned toward the window, and that's when I saw him. There was an old man sitting in one of our patio chairs. He was just watching me through the window. Not in a scary way, really. He wasn't making faces or trying to scare me. He was just sitting there with his left ankle resting on his right knee, hands folded in his lap, looking right at me with this gentle expression. He had these really bushy grey eyebrows and thinning white hair combed to the side. He was wearing a plaid button-up shirt tucked into khaki pants with suspenders, and he had these old-fashioned glasses with thick frames. At first I wasn't scared. I just thought it was someone my mum knew who had come to visit. So I pointed at the window and said, "Mum, do you see that man sitting out there?" Mum looked up from the laundry and glanced toward the window. "What man, sweetie?" "That man," I said, pointing right at him, the old man sitting in the chair. Mom put down the towel she was folding and walked over to the window. She peered out, even cupping her hands around her eyes to see better in the darkness. "I don't see anyone, Isabella. Where is he?" That's when my stomach did this weird flip, because I was looking right at him, and he was looking right at me, and there was no way my mum couldn't see him. He was right there. "He's right there, Mom." I remember my voice getting higher and more panicky. "In the chair, the old man with the glasses and suspenders." Mom looked again, more carefully this time. She even pressed her face against the glass. "Honey, there's nobody out there. The chairs are empty." I started crying then. Not because I was scared of the man, but because my mum couldn't see what was so obviously there. It felt like I was going crazy or something. "Please, Mum, he's right there. You really can't see him." I was practically shouting now, and my sister had stopped playing with her dolls to watch us. Mom must have heard something in my voice, because she got this serious look on her face. She reached over and flipped on the outside light to illuminate the patio. The moment the light came on, the man disappeared, like completely vanished. 1 second he was there, the next gone. But I'd seen him so clearly, it wasn't my imagination. Mom came and knelt down next to me, wiping my tears away. "It's okay, sweetheart. Sometimes our eyes play tricks on us when it's getting dark." But I knew what I'd seen, so I started describing him in detail. He had white hair and big eyebrows, and glasses with thick black parts. And he was wearing a red and blue square shirt with straps over his shoulders, and he was sitting like this. I demonstrated by crossing my leg the same way he had been sitting. My mum's face changed, all the color drained out of it, and she got really, really still. She looked like she'd seen a ghost herself. "Isabella," she said, and her voice was shaking. "How do you know what those things are called? Suspenders. Where did you learn that word?" I didn't know. I just knew that's what they were called. "And the pattern on his shirt, you mean plaid?" I nodded, though I didn't know that word at the time. I just knew the crisscross pattern of red and blue. Mom sat down heavily on the couch. "Bella, does this man look familiar to you? Have you seen him somewhere before?" I shook my head. "No, but he was smiling at me, Mom. Not in a scary way. He looked happy." My mom started crying then, which scared me more than seeing the man had. Mom never cried. Later that night, after she'd put me to bed, with the nightlight on and my door wide open, I heard her on the phone with my aunt. She was talking in that quiet, shaky voice grown-ups use when they don't want kids to hear. He described Pop perfectly, Sarah perfectly, down to how he always sat with his ankle on his knee. She even called his suspenders by name, and I know we've never used that word around her. The next morning, Mum took me into her bedroom and opened a drawer I'd never seen her open before. She pulled out a photo album with a dusty blue cover. "Bella, I want to show you some pictures," she said, and her voice was still weird and tight. She opened the album, flipped through a few pages, and then turned it toward me. "Do you recognize anyone in these photos?" I pointed immediately. "That's him. That's the man from the patio." The photo showed the same old man sitting in a lawn chair at what looked like a backyard barbecue. He was wearing different clothes, but it was definitely him. Same glasses, same white hair, same bushy eyebrows. And he was sitting exactly the same way, with his ankle on his knee. Mom's hands were shaking. "That's your grandfather, Isabella, my dad. We called him Pop." "Can we go visit him?" I asked. Mom shook her head slowly. No, honey. Pop died before you were born. You've never met him, and I've never shown you his pictures before. I didn't understand what that meant at 3 years old. I just knew the man in the picture was the same man I'd seen on our patio. But I saw him, Mom. He was really there. She hugged me tight then, so tight it almost hurt. I believe you, baby. I believe you. The rest of that day was weird. Mom kept looking at me like I was a puzzle she couldn't figure out. She called my dad at work, which she never did unless it was an emergency. When he came home, they talked in whispers in the kitchen while I watched cartoons. That night, Mom insisted on sleeping in my room. She brought in a sleeping bag and slept on the floor next to my bed. I remember asking her if she was scared of the man coming back. No, she said. I'm not scared of him. I just want to be close to you tonight. The strangest part came later that week. Mom took me to visit my grandmother, Pop's widow. We didn't see Grandma very often because she lived 2 hours away. Mom didn't tell Grandma what had happened, but at one point, while Mom was helping Grandma in the kitchen, I was left alone in the living room. I noticed a photo on the mantel of the same man, my Pop. When Grandma came back in, I pointed to it and said, "That's the man from our patio." Grandma froze, then looked at my mom, who had turned white again. "What's she talking about?" Grandma asked. Before Mom could answer, I added, "He was wearing his red watch when he visited." The room went completely silent. Then Grandma sat down hard in her armchair. "Sarah," she said to my mom, "how would she know about his watch?" Mom shook her head. "I don't know." "What watch?" Grandma got up slowly and went to a cabinet. She unlocked it with a key she kept on a chain around her neck. From inside, she pulled out a small box and brought it over to us. Inside was a watch with a red face and a brown leather strap. "Your father always wore this watch," Grandma told Mom. "He was buried with it. It was his favorite thing." I hadn't noticed a watch when I saw him on the patio, but somehow I had known about it. That night, after we got home, Mom put me to bed and sat with me until I fell asleep. But before I drifted off, I remembered something else. "Mom," I said sleepily, "Pop said to tell you he's sorry he missed your birthday that year." Mom went very still. "What year, Bella?" I shrugged. I was already half asleep. "The year of the big snow," he said. The next morning, Mom was on the phone with Grandma again, crying. I later learned that the last birthday of my mum's that Pop was alive for had fallen during a huge blizzard. He couldn't make it to her party because the roads were closed. 3 months later, he had a heart attack and died. It's been 25 years since that night. I've never seen Pop again, though sometimes I still feel like someone's watching me, especially when I'm going through something difficult. Mom put Pop's picture in my room after that, and sometimes I would talk to it before bed. I never felt scared of him. It felt protective somehow. I still can't explain what happened that night. I've read about kids being more sensitive to paranormal stuff, but I've never experienced anything like it since. All I know is what I saw and how clearly I saw it. Sometimes I wonder if he'll come back someday, maybe when I need him most, or maybe he just needed to see his granddaughter once, to know I was okay. I don't know, but I know what I saw. Story 23. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. My wife thinks I'm obsessing, but I can't stop thinking about it, and I need to get this off my chest. I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar or can offer some kind of explanation, because what happened in my daughter's bedroom 3 weeks ago has left our entire family shaken. We live in a typical brick bungalow in Riverdale, nothing fancy, just a solid family home we've been in for about 6 years now. Claire is 9, Ryan is 7, and we've never had anything strange happen in this house before. We're not the type of people who believe in the paranormal or anything like that. I work in IT, my wife's a nurse, and we're pretty grounded people who look for logical explanations. That Saturday night started like any other. We had dinner, watched a movie with the kids, and everyone was in bed by 9:30. My wife and I stayed up a bit longer watching TV in the living room. Our dog Baxter, a 4-year-old lab mix, was acting weird that evening. He usually lounges on his bed in the corner, but that night he kept pacing and whining, sitting pressed against my leg on the couch. I figured maybe his stomach was upset from the table scraps the kids had slipped him at dinner. Around 11, we headed to bed. Baxter followed me upstairs, panting heavily. He wouldn't settle down in his usual spot at the foot of our bed, instead staying right next to my side of the bed, his eyes fixed on the door. I remember feeling annoyed, thinking he'd keep me up all night with his restlessness. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by Claire's screams. It was 2:17 in the morning, according to the bedside clock. My wife and I both jumped out of bed and rushed to Claire's room. Baxter was ahead of us, barking frantically. When we got there, Claire was standing in the corner of her room, sobbing hysterically. My wife went straight to her, while I turned on the light. Claire was trembling, her face pale, but she couldn't seem to articulate what had frightened her. She just kept saying, "It was wet, it was wet." As my wife was calming Claire down, Ryan appeared in the doorway, rubbing his eyes. "Claire's bed is all wet and scary," he said, matter-of-factly, in that unnervingly calm way kids sometimes have. I went over to Claire's bed to see what he was talking about. What I found makes no sense to this day. There was a circular wet spot about 2 feet in diameter right in the middle of Claire's bed. I put my hand on it. It was soaking wet, like someone had dumped an entire glass of water onto the bed. The sheets were saturated, and when I pulled them back, the mattress underneath was completely soaked through. The strange thing was the pattern. The wet area extended from where Claire's chin would have been down to her belly button area. The bottom part of her pillow was also drenched. It looked almost as if the liquid had come from above, not like it had soaked upward into the pillow from the mattress. But the most baffling part, Claire herself was completely dry. I checked her hair, her face, her pajamas, not even slightly damp. There was no way she could have been lying in that soaking wet bed without getting wet herself. I asked if she had spilled something, but she shook her head, still crying. "I just woke up, and it was all wet around me," she sobbed. "It felt cold." I examined the ceiling above Claire's bed. No water stains, no signs of leaking. The walls were dry. There was no water glass or bottle in her room that could have spilled. Claire doesn't wet the bed, hasn't since she was 4, and even if she had, this didn't look like that kind of accident. The liquid was concentrated in a perfect circle, and as I mentioned, Claire herself was completely dry, which made no sense at all. My wife suggested that maybe Claire had been sweating heavily, but this was far too much liquid to be sweat. Besides, the sheets were cold and wet, not warm and damp like they would be from body heat. At this point, I was genuinely confused, and if I'm being honest, a little frightened. I consider myself a rational person, but I couldn't come up with any logical explanation for what I was seeing. Baxter wouldn't even enter the room fully. He stood in the doorway whining, his tail tucked between his legs. I decided to collect some of the liquid to examine it. I grabbed a clean glass from the bathroom and pressed it against the mattress, collecting about half a cup of the mysterious fluid. It was clear and odorless, looking exactly like water. No color, no obvious contaminants. We moved Claire into our room for the rest of the night, with Ryan insisting on joining us as well. None of us slept much. Baxter stayed alert at the foot of the bed until morning, occasionally growling softly at nothing we could see. The next day, I stripped Claire's bed completely. The mattress was still soaked through, so I propped it up to dry and put a fan on it. The strange thing was, as it dried, there was no stain or residue left behind, just like water would behave. This is where it gets even weirder. I'm a bit of a hobbyist when it comes to aquariums, and I have water testing equipment for checking hardness, pH, and other parameters. Out of curiosity, I tested both our tap water and the liquid I'd collected from Claire's bed. Our tap water measured at 360 parts per million hardness, pretty standard for our area. The mysterious liquid, 555 parts per million. That's 50% harder than our tap water. It definitely wasn't tap water, and it absolutely wasn't urine, which would have different chemical properties entirely. I kept thinking there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe something with the roof, though there had been no rain. Maybe a pipe in the wall, though there were no pipes running above Claire's room. I even climbed into the attic with a flashlight, checking for any signs of water damage or leaks. Nothing. For the next few days, Claire refused to sleep in her room. She said she felt like someone was watching her in there. Ryan, who usually teases his sister about everything, didn't make fun of her fear at all. In fact, he seemed reluctant to go near her room as well. There was something standing beside her bed, Dad, he told me 3 days after the incident, when I was tucking him in. Before she started screaming, I saw it from my room. When I asked him what he meant, what this something looked like, he just shrugged and said, like water standing up. Kids and their imaginations, right? But the way he said it so matter-of-factly sent chills down my spine. A week passed, and things seemed to return to normal. Claire eventually agreed to sleep in her room again, though only after we bought her a new mattress. She insisted we move her bed to a different spot in the room. Baxter still seems wary of her room, often stopping at the threshold and refusing to enter, but the intense anxiety he displayed that night hasn't returned. I've spent hours researching possible explanations. Condensation, not possible in that quantity or pattern. Some kind of leak that miraculously dried up and left no trace. Unlikely. Something Claire herself did? She's an honest kid, and her genuine terror that night convinced me she had nothing to do with it. The hardness test results keep bothering me. Where did that water come from? Why was it so mineral rich? And how did it appear in a perfect circle on Claire's bed without getting her wet? 2 nights ago, I was up late working, and I swear I heard the sound of water dripping coming from Claire's room. When I checked, everything was dry, and Claire was sleeping peacefully. But standing there in the darkness, watching my daughter sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone in the house. The only thing I can think of is that there's some kind of underground spring beneath our house that somehow forced water up through the foundation, the floors, and specifically into Claire's mattress without leaving any trace of its path. But even as I write that, I know how ridiculous it sounds. My wife thinks we should just forget about it, a one-time inexplicable event that's over now. But is it? What if it happens again? What if next time it's worse? And what was it about Claire's bed specifically? I haven't told many people about this because, well, it sounds crazy. But I know what I saw, what I tested, what my family experienced. Something impossible happened in my daughter's room that night, and I have no explanation for it. The most troubling part is that sense of deliberateness to it all, like whatever caused this was sending a message. But what message? And why target my 9-year-old daughter? Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I missing some obvious explanation? I'm not normally the type to believe in the supernatural, but this experience has shaken my worldview. There's something deeply unsettling about watching the foundations of your rational understanding crumble in the face of something inexplicable. For now, we're going on with our lives. But I find myself checking Claire's bed every night before she goes to sleep, and I've taken to keeping her door open and a nightlight on. Call it paranoia if you want. But until I understand what happened that night, I don't think I'll ever feel completely at ease in our house again. Story 24. I've always considered myself a pretty level-headed guy, not one to jump at shadows or blame the supernatural when there's probably a perfectly logical explanation. But what's been happening in my apartment over the past 6 months has seriously tested that mindset. About a year ago, I moved into this brand new 2-story apartment building in Portland, Maine. I was actually the first tenant to move in, which felt kind of special at the time. Everything smelled fresh. New paint, new carpets, new appliances. The place was immaculate. For the first 6 months, everything was completely normal. I settled in, arranged my furniture, hung my pictures, and displayed my antique collection that I've been building up for years. Then things started getting weird. At first, it was just the closet light in my bedroom. I'd come home from work and find it on, even though I distinctly remembered turning it off that morning. No big deal, right? I figured I was just being forgetful. But after it happened 5 or 6 times, I started making a conscious effort to check the light before leaving. I'd even say out loud, "The closet light is off," so I'd remember later. But I'd still come home and find it on. I thought maybe it was a wiring issue. The building is new, and sometimes new construction has kinks to work out. I mentioned it to my landlord, who promised to send an electrician. But that was 3 weeks ago, and I'm still waiting. Honestly, a faulty light switch would be the least of my concerns now. About a month after the light incident started, I was sitting at my kitchen table working on my laptop when I heard a soft thud. I looked up to see a small decorative bowl that had been on my counter was now on the floor. The weird part? The bowl had been at least 8 inches from the edge. There's no way it could have just fallen. I picked it up, put it back, and tried to forget about it. But then it started happening with other things. My phone slid off the coffee table while I was watching TV. A picture frame toppled over on my nightstand. My keys moved from the middle of the table to the edge. At first, I thought maybe the building was settling or there were some slight vibrations from nearby construction. But I've been paying attention, and some of these items move when everything around them stays perfectly still. Last week, I watched in disbelief as a pen rolled across my completely level desk, stopping only when it hit my coffee mug. The doors are another thing. They open and close by themselves, not dramatically swinging open like in horror movies, but slowly, deliberately, like someone's carefully pushing them. The first time it happened, I was cooking dinner and heard a creak behind me. I turned around to see my bedroom door, which had been closed, now standing about halfway open. I would have blamed a draft, except there was no breeze that night, and all the windows were closed. I've tried to capture some of this on video, setting up my phone to record when I'm not home, but of course nothing happens when I'm recording. It's like whatever this is knows when I'm trying to document it. The touching is what really gets to me, though. I was lying in bed about 3 weeks ago, scrolling through my phone before sleep, when I felt what seemed like fingertips lightly brush across my lower back. I jumped up and turned on all the lights, but of course no one was there. I told myself it was just my shirt moving against my skin, or maybe a muscle twitch. But it's happened at least 10 more times since then. Always light touches, on my back, my shoulder, once on my ankle while I was cooking dinner. Never aggressive or harmful, but definitely deliberate, like someone's trying to get my attention. Last night was the worst so far. I was washing dishes at the kitchen sink around 9 o'clock. The sun had set, and the kitchen was dim, except for the light above the stove. I felt something, I swear it felt like fingers, lightly walk up my spine, from the small of my back to between my shoulder blades. I whipped around, heart pounding, soapy dish still in my hand, but the kitchen was empty. Just as I was about to turn back to the sink, I noticed my bedroom door slowly swinging open. There was no draft, no open windows, nothing that could have caused it. I almost left right then, packed a bag and went to a hotel, but I talked myself down. I'm not going to be driven out of my home by what's probably just an overactive imagination combined with some quirks of a new building. The weirdest part of all this is that everything, and I mean everything, only happens on the first floor. I have a small second floor with a spare bedroom and bathroom, and I've never experienced anything strange up there. Not once. I've started spending more time upstairs, even sleeping in the spare room sometimes, just to have a break from the constant unease I feel downstairs. I've tried to research the history of this area, thinking maybe the land has some dark past, but I've found nothing. This building is brand new, built on what was just an empty lot for decades before that. There were no tragic events here, no murders or suicides that I can find record of. So I've started wondering if maybe it's not the place, but something I brought with me. I collect antiques, nothing super valuable or museum-worthy, just interesting pieces I find at estate sales and flea markets. My prized possession is an ornate Victorian-era mirror I bought about 2 years ago. I've also got some old photographs, a few pieces of furniture, and various knickknacks with histories I know nothing about. Could one of these items have brought something with it? I've heard stories about objects being attached to energies or spirits. I never put much stock in those tales before, but now I'm not so sure. Yesterday, I tried an experiment. I moved all my antiques upstairs to the spare room, thinking if the activity followed them, I'd have my answer. But last night, while all my old things were safely upstairs, the closet light turned on again, and I felt that same light touch on my shoulder while reading on the couch. So here I am, confused and increasingly uneasy. I don't feel threatened exactly. Whatever this is doesn't seem malevolent, but it's definitely present, and it's definitely trying to make itself known to me. I try to maintain a skeptical mindset. The closet light could still be faulty wiring. The moving objects could potentially be explained by imperceptible vibrations or an uneven floor I haven't noticed. The doors could be due to air pressure changes when the heating kicks on, and the touching, well, that's harder to rationalize, but I could be experiencing some kind of paresthesia or heightened sensitivity due to stress. But when I witness these things happening right in front of me, when I see a book slide off a perfectly level shelf, or when I feel distinct fingertips press against my skin, it's getting harder and harder to cling to those rational explanations. Last night was the final straw. I'd gone to bed early, around 10 o'clock, exhausted from a long day at work and from the constant tension of living in this place. I was almost asleep when I heard the closet door creak open. I froze, keeping my eyes shut tight, not wanting to see whatever might emerge. Then I felt the mattress depress slightly, as if someone had sat down on the edge of my bed. I lay there, hardly breathing, for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Finally, I gathered my courage and opened my eyes, turning over to face whatever was there. Nothing. The closet door was closed. The light was off. The room was empty. But as I reached to turn on my bedside lamp, my hand brushed against something on my pillow. Something that hadn't been there when I went to bed. It was a small, antique silver locket, one I recognized from my collection. The problem? That locket had been packed away in a box in the spare room upstairs. I grabbed my phone and took a picture of it, needing proof that I wasn't imagining things. Then I picked it up with trembling fingers. It was warm to the touch, as if it had been held in someone's hand for a long time. Inside was a tiny photograph I'd never seen before, a young woman in early 20th century dress, her expression solemn. The locket had been empty when I bought it. I spent the rest of the night sitting up in bed with all the lights on, the locket placed far away on my dresser. This morning I looked again, and the photograph was gone. The locket was empty, just as it had always been. I don't know what to do now. I'm not ready to move. I signed a 2-year lease, and finding another place in Portland within my budget would be nearly impossible. Besides, part of me isn't convinced that moving would solve the problem. If these phenomena are attached to something I own rather than the apartment itself, they might just follow me. So for now, I'm living with it. I've started acknowledging the presence out loud, saying good morning and good night to the empty air. I've noticed the activity seems less startling when I do this. Maybe all it wants is recognition. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call them, but I know what I've experienced, and I can't explain it away anymore. Something is here with me. Something that turns on lights, moves my possessions, opens doors, touches my skin, and apparently can transport objects between floors. I just wish I knew what it wanted.